Wonderful second global dialogue on ocean accounting. So this is your second time doing it and the first time doing it virtually. So we've got a packed agenda. I know many of you already received that in the notice ahead of time. We're going to be looking at updates. We're going to be looking at experiences and various different research topics. And I'm hoping as well that you'll be able to join your colleagues for an hour after in what we're terming the happy hour. But fundamentally, that's where a lot of really good discussion is going to happen. So you can call it the happy hour or the after party, whatever. If you want to do a little bit more networking and chatting with your colleagues in smaller groups, that's really something you want to flag on your agenda. So it's exciting. I know we've got over 200 participants coming in from around the world this morning. And for those of you who are coming in way too early or coming in way too late in the day, my condolences to you. I'm one of the early morning people, but I'm really happy to be here. And honestly, you have my profound respect and admiration for your commitment to your work with all the oceans that we share together. Some things we want you to take away from these next 3 hours. Here's really the intention from the organizers who put this together. There's basically 3 things, and we're hoping that if you can check off one of these boxes, it would have been time well spent for you. So number 1, over the next 3 hours, we're hoping you might be able to get more information on the stats, statistics, on science, and on policies concerning ocean-related progress. So that's one thing. The second one is perhaps get some visibility on where international support is desired, required, and possible. And finally, the third thing we're hoping for is that perhaps maybe you might be able to walk away with some new knowledge you didn't even know you needed to know. So if you can check one of those boxes at the end of this 3 hours, possibly 4 with your happy hour, then it will have been time well spent. So thank you in advance for that. So I'm just going to go over a very quick what's going to happen over the next 3 hours. I know you've got the agenda, but basically there's 4 sessions with multiple speakers in each session. And then the sessions will run roughly around 20 minutes or so, and then there'll be a 10-minute Q&A afterwards. There will be moderators for each session. My job is the facilitator, so I'm going to introduce the moderators for each session, and they will in turn introduce the speakers to you. I'm also going to help a little bit with Q&A stuff, get things going. If you like to tweet, apparently there's a hashtag. So the hashtag is oceans account. So hashtag oceans accounts with an S on it. So if you get a little nugget of truth or something that you want to just tweet out to the world, please just hashtag it. And then we can kind of have a look at what we all learned or what we appreciated about the dialogue today. So normally this is the point in a meeting where I would give what I call the bathroom speech, let you know where the food is, let you know where the coffee is. In reality, we're all meeting around the world. And so I do hope at this point, you know, over a year into our pandemic and working from home, you know where your fridge is, you know where your washroom is. And that's sort of my segue into saying, feel free to get up and move over the next 3 hours or so. We recognize sitting in front of a screen for 3 hours is brutal. So that is not the intent. I'm going to ask you, if you're not doing it now, just to shut down your videos and mute yourself if you're not doing that already. And by doing so, it's a judgment-free zone. So we don't know if you're up, moving around, whatever. If you've got headphones like mine, you can walk around and still hear what's going on. We encourage you to do that. There will be also 2 what I call bio breaks at the top of each hour, very short, 2 minutes. And you can just kind of get up at that point if you want as well, too, if you want to stay seated. But by all means, keep yourself moving if you need to, not a problem whatsoever. Q&A. So I mentioned it, we're going to have a little Q&A session at the end of each of the 4 sessions. We're going to do Q&A in the chat box. So if your chat is not open, feel free to do so at this time. And throughout any time any of the speakers are talking, please just throw your questions in there. There are moderators and co-moderators monitoring that. And so when it comes to the Q&A portion of the session that they're moderating, they will either synthesize what they're seeing or ask your questions directly. And this is another opportunity for me to just give another shout out to that after party or happy hour that you're going to do. Questions that perhaps you didn't feel were answered or answered sufficiently, that's the time you want to go back into these little breakout rooms at the end of the conference, because you will have smaller groups, you will have very specific topic areas. Go in there, chat with your colleagues, and get the real information that you need that you would normally get in a hallway conversation at a conference. That's the spot you want to be able to do that. Okay, so you will see also our lovely countdown clock. This is sort of a way of letting you folks know, but also our speakers. That beautiful picture of the ocean called Blue Sky Timer. We're going to try high tech this morning. It's going to be a bit of a guinea pig, but it is actually a timer. It's a 3-minute timer, and the speakers have been advised that they have 3 minutes to chat, and that's going to be a countdown clock. Speakers note that when you get to 1 minute left, it'll turn yellow. You'll hear a couple chimes, and then when you get down to 10 seconds, it'll turn red. You'll hear another chime, and don't ask me what happens if you go beyond your time. It is my job, unenviable as it is, to try and keep this thing moving along. So I thank you in advance for helping me do that. And actually what it is really a shout out to your colleagues who are following you, so that they're not feeling the crunch of time, by the time they get to the end of it. So thanks for paying attention to it. Just FYI, in case we have a technology issue, I have low-tech flashcards as well. So you'll see a little bit more of me. I'm hoping the high-tech works, but we got a backup plan, so not a problem. Okay, I think this is just a pause. Does anybody have any questions on how this is going to roll out? Throw them into the chat, and one of the moderators can let me know, because I just have one more little bit of business to do, and then you won't be hearing from me for a little bit more, which is a good thing. You didn't come to hear me. Okay, I'm going to march ahead because I'm going to try and keep my section on time. One of the things we want to do with this virtual experience is make it as engaging as possible for you folks. So we've actually set up a virtual online engagement platform called Poll Everywhere. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to share my screen, and I'll get you onto Poll Everywhere, so that, because we're going to use it throughout the conference, because we want actually your input on a number of different things, and this will be your opportunity to have your say, to give your feedback and stuff like that. So I'm going to share my screen now, and let's see how we can go from there. I'll talk you through it. It's really not that scary to get on. Where is it here? Okay, wait a minute. I do have it up. Okay, sorry, my tab is open, so I'm going to open that up. Try this again. See, this is the fun technical stuff that we're challenged with. There we are. Okay. All right, so you should be able to see this main screen. I'm going to just go full for now. So what I need you to do on here, if you are at a desktop, a laptop, or a tablet, feel free to just go to over here to open up a tab right beside your Zoom tab, open up a new tab, and go to pollev.com. So pollev.com. All right, and once you get there, you're just going to need to enter this, Robin V. That's my name because it's my account. So Robin V062. Okay, so that's if you're sitting by a computer, you can do that. Now, if you have a smartphone and you'd like to, either you're listening on the smartphone or you'd like to participate by smartphone, also a possibility. So what you need to do is go to your text, and at the top, this is the number. If you're in Canada, you're going to text this. If you're not in Canada, you will note that in the chat box, there is actually a PDF that said international texting numbers. Open up that PDF, find the country you're in, find the number. So instead of 37607, you're going to put your country number in there. You're still texting at the bottom in the message, Robin V062. Okay, and that way you can just literally have your smartphone there. I've got mine like this, And you can answer right off of your smartphone, and it'll show up on our screen as well too. So, all right. I hope you guys have tried that. we're going to test it, okay? Just to make sure everybody's comfortable with it. So this is going to be our first slide. What I want you to do, if you're on the web page or if you're on your phone, tell us where you're logging in from today. There you go. Some of you are getting it. You should be able to see what you're putting in fly up on the screen. This is fantastic. You're a sharp bunch of people. I'm loving this. Look at that. The world is populating itself. That's impressive. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Oh, I'm liking it, guys. You're getting the hang of this very, very quickly. Okay, we're going to do one more test. This is just an icebreaker, so everybody is 100% comfortable. All right, so this is, there you go. What is the biggest ocean-related problem? You can choose 2 of these. Let's populate this one. Very cool. So the beauty of this is you're actually going to see the like-mindedness or disparity of your colleagues thinking, and that's a wonderful thing, right? It gives you a really nice touch point on where people's ideas and heads are at. All right, folks, I'm beyond impressed already. This is we're off to a great start. Fantastic. So that's enough from me for now. It is now my pleasure to actually introduce you to your first speaker, who is going to officially open this dialogue and welcome you all officially, much more than myself. So it's my pleasure to announce Mr. Jean-Guy Forgeron, who is the Senior Assistant Deputy Minister of Fisheries and Harbors Management from Fisheries and Oceans Canada. So Jean-Guy, over to you.
Thank you, Robin. Can you hear me?
100%, yes.
Okay, that's how we start all meetings these days. And I was going to wish you luck on trying to manage my time as you work for me, but then I realized your unit doesn't work for me anymore as I shifted jobs recently. So I guess you can beat me around the ears all you want as the moderator today and get away with it. So I welcome you. I welcome you to being able to do that. Welcome everybody else to the second Global Dialogue on Ocean Accounting. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you may be. This morning, for me, it's good morning at 7 a.m. And I must admit, when I was invited to do this, they told me the date, they didn't tell me the time, but I don't think that would not have affected my willingness and desire to actually open this important forum today. In fact, when I said, "Oh my God, 7 a.m." They said, "Well, you could tape it." I'm there. No, this is too important for me personally, given the different roles I've had in Canada's Oceans Department and some of the international roles I've had, not to have the opportunity to actually say this to you live. Especially since I knew at 7 a.m. it would never conflict with any of my other pieces of my agenda. Now, Canada, as you mostly would know, is surrounded by the Atlantic, Arctic, and Pacific Oceans, and has the longest coastline in the world. And it would be therefore no surprise that our country depends heavily on ocean resources. And like Canada, I'm sure you are committed to ensuring that our oceans remain healthy for current and future generations and provide economic opportunities to our citizens and coastal communities. Oceans accounts will help us achieve a sustainable use of our ocean assets through the development of a consistent and integrated set of indicators for evidence-based decision-making. They will also contribute to the development of comprehensive blue economy strategies or ocean sustainability plans or integrated oceans management to enable our country, and we use the term blue economy strategy, and your countries to grow their ocean economies while advancing our conservation objectives. On the international stage, Canada's commitment to developing oceans accounts was formalized under the 2018 G7 Charlevoix Commitment for Healthy Ocean, Seas, and Resilient Coastal Communities, and then further advanced to our commitment to the high-level panel for a sustainable ocean economy. One of my other hats that I wear is I have been sous Sherpa, which means a negotiator, and then acting Sherpa to our Prime Minister to the high-level panel. And I'm pleased to share with you that Canada endorsed the high-level panel's agenda on transformations for a sustainable ocean economy, set forward to secure ocean health and wealth for generations to come. And one of our first invitations, I think, of the day is I will invite you to encourage your countries to join in on the many commitments put forward by the high-level panel and its agenda on transformations. Now, this transformational agenda calls for developing and integrating ocean accounts into national accounts that go beyond traditional GDP. And that was one of the key transformational agenda commitments that we negotiated in my mind. Priority actions under this include developing this part of that agenda include developing a complete sequence of national ocean accounts, aligning international standards, building global partnerships, and tracking national performance of a sustainable ocean economy based on ocean accounts. In Canada, we have achieved significant progress on our oceans accounts pilot, the details of which will be shared later during this event. Despite some challenges, our pilot with our statistical agency, Statistics Canada, is able to take advantage of the unique synergies generated by global interest in the high-level panel, the blue economy writ large, the International Decade of Ocean Science, and other international initiatives, all that support SDG 14, Life Underwater. And we always have to remember that a lot of what we do is about advancing the Sustainable Development Goal, which I always try to remind my staff, because now that they get to have glimpses and colleagues and counterparts in other countries and citizens that I deal with, who get now to get a glimpse into my private life because of the background, and I've decided I have to share mine, is I always have the Life Below Water SDG hiding in the background to offset some of my Doctor Who and Walt and Disney World stuff on the other side of my more personal side of my personal life. But in my professional life, advancing SDG 14, Life Underwater, is a broad commitment that we are all committed to and must remind ourselves all the time, in my opinion. For these reasons, and as Canada shared during the recent United Nations Statistical Commission's side event on the System of Environmental Economic Accounting for Oceans, or SEEA Ocean, Canada strongly encouraged the advancement of this initiative through the UNSC and is committed to contributing to the development of the SEEA Ocean. Given this backdrop, we welcome the recent adoption of the SEEA as an international statistical standard by the UNSC. We are confident that the SEEA Ocean and ocean accounting will be pivotal to furthering the international effort to promote the sustainable development of the ocean as envisioned by so many, including the high-level panel for a sustainable ocean economy. Last but not least, we encourage other partners, and this is our second invitation of the day, to join the Global Ocean Accounts Partnership to develop pilot projects and join the SEEA Ocean Working Group. A couple of weeks ago, I was on another international panel, and one of the things, it was more of a closed international panel, but I always can say some of the things that I say in these closed panels. And one of the things I said at this one was for policymakers, many policymakers and officials and the political figures that they serve in governments and the citizens they serve, the ocean is this great almost extraterrestrial creature sitting here on our planet, though many of us here understand that it is probably the most central economic system to many of our lives. And we're definitely aware of, ecologically, it's the central nervous system and probably the most important ecological system of the planet, and it is our circulatory system. At the same time, It is that extraterrestrials, and here comes the warning. No.
Well, actually, we're beyond. It's good stuff. But if we can do a quick wrap up.
This is my wrap up. It remains this great alien space on our planet for many of our policymakers, and almost too big for them to grasp in policymaking milieus. So the work of, as we move forward, and we did a budget yesterday, of having these type of things like oceans accounts to help people better understand oceans and make them a part of our decision making as policymakers and our political figures is critical work. And that's why it was so important, the high level panel. And I encourage you to use this to maintain that momentum and help even educate those of us who live oceans every day even more about what oceans are, and our fellow citizens around the world.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Jean-Guy. Much appreciated. That's great. All right. Our next wonderful speaker is Brian E. Colson, who's the head of Ocean Plastic Pollution and International Blue Finance, the UK Department of Environment, Food and Rural Affairs. Brian E., over to you.
Thank you so much. I'm just going to check you can hear me.
All good. Yep.
Great, fantastic. Well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you all. It's an absolute pleasure being here today. Fortunately, it's lunchtime for me here in the UK, so really well done to all of those who joined early or late. It shows a real level of commitment to protecting the ocean. So as you will know, the UK is an island nation and we consider ourselves an ocean leader. So today I'll be talking a little bit about the UK plans to invest in the protection of the ocean and offer some reflections on the importance of ocean accounting in policy making. But first of all, our friends from Canada highlighted the importance of the Sustainable Development Goals, in particular SDG 14. And I'd like to echo his sentiment that we must not lose sight of the SDGs and continue working towards them. Because we are at a pivotal moment in ocean conservation. Approximately 3 billion people rely on the ocean for their food security and livelihoods, and many of these people live in developing countries. But as you'll all know, the ocean is facing serious and increasing threats from overexploitation, pollution, biodiversity loss, and climate change. Recognizing the link between ocean health and its effect on the development prospects of many of the most disadvantaged communities, conserving the ocean is now one of the UK's top international priorities. And in response to this, the UK government will be launching the Blue Planet Fund later this year. The Blue Planet Fund is an investment of £500 million of UK official development assistance into tackling some of the most pressing environmental issues of our time. The fund will support developing countries to reduce poverty by protecting the marine environment from key human-generated threats, climate change, marine pollution, and unsustainable fishing. We are also asking other countries to invest in ocean conservation. At the moment, less than 1% of global official development assistance is allocated to supporting the sustainable ocean economy, even though it's set to grow faster than the global ocean economy over the next decade. It's quite a stark figure. To enable truly sustainable ocean economy, we need to listen to the recommendations made by the Descriptor review on the economics of biodiversity that was published by the UK government in February this year, and take notice of the rise of ecosystem accounting as illustrated by the United Nations Statistical Commission's adoption of the SEEA Ecosystem Accounting Framework, and the inclusion of ocean accounting in the high-level panel's ocean action agenda, all highlighted earlier by our friends in Canada. Unless we learn how to value valuable things like ecosystems and attach a cost to waste, pollution, and plunder, our efforts will all be in vain. This is what makes ocean accounts so important in policy making. Ocean accounts bring together social, economic, and environmental information into the common and standardized framework to measure what matters for decision making about ocean development and conservation. This data is important on a local and national level, but also important to inform investments like, for example, the Blue Planet Fund. Full ocean accounts have so much potential to leverage blue finance and funding, much needed around the world. Decision makers and policymakers can monitor progress holistically using a broader set of indicators than just economic growth, ensuring that marine and coastal environments are properly valued and recognised in non-environmental decision making. For example, demonstrating the value of our marine environment was critical for my department to make the case for spending in the marine environment in our budget last year. This led to an increase in funding from our Treasury Department towards understanding our marine natural capital assets and assessing our marine ecosystem. And the UK is committed to accounting for and valuing the ocean. The UK government, we're investing into the compiling of ocean accounts for its ocean and coastal areas, including a set of natural capital accounts released in April 2021 that track information on ecosystem services for marine and coastal areas in the UK. And as aforementioned, in February 2021, the UK government published the Descriptor Review on the economics of biodiversity, which was commissioned by the UK Treasury and calls for major changes in how we think, act and measure economic success to protect and enhance our prosperity in the natural world. So through the membership of the Global Ocean Accounts Partnership, we hope to strengthen links with other countries, international institutions and research centres to ensure that ocean accounting succeeds in the longer term and supports our urgent collective need to transform how we manage the ocean for present and future generations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bryony. That was excellent, much appreciated. So for our final welcome in this section, we actually have a recorded message from Armida Falsia Alice Jabana, and I apologize. I'm trying really hard with these names. Excuse me, it's not you. Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific. So our wonderful tech crew, if we can flip that message up, that would be awesome.
Dear colleagues, welcome to the second Global Ocean Accounting Dialogue. This dialogue is an important event for us to progress towards sustainable oceans. By bringing together experts from ministries, academia, and regional and international organizations, the dialogue will advance ocean accounting and its role in elevating the importance of oceans in national and international policy. Ocean accounts are essential to understanding the linkages of our oceans to the economy and our livelihoods, and the ways that human activity may impact the oceans. Accounting frameworks provide us with a critical tool for assessing environmental goods and services. If we do not measure the environment, we risk overlooking the contributions that it makes to our lives. In the Asia-Pacific region, countries have asked ESCAP to continue to strengthen and facilitate national capacities for measurement and accounting of progress towards the sustainable development of the oceans, including through voluntary engagement with the Global Ocean Accounts Partnership. Multiple countries in the region are leading the way through pilot testing of ocean accounting in areas ranging from waste flows to tourism to fisheries. I am therefore pleased to welcome you to the second Global Ocean Accounting Dialogue. The first dialogue was held in November 2019 and was instrumental in strengthening the understanding and partnerships needed for measuring progress towards sustainable oceans. Today's second dialogue has a full agenda, reflecting the substantial growth in partnerships, interdisciplinary activities, and pilot research that has occurred since then. In particular, the international accounting community passed a significant milestone just last month when the United Nations Statistical Commissions adopted a new global statistical standard for ecosystem accounting and supported development of a new global measurement framework for ocean accounting. I extend my sincere appreciation and thanks to our co-hosts, the Government of Canada and the Global Ocean Accounts Partnership, who have worked hard to prepare today's event and are committed to strengthening the measurement and counting of our oceans. We are excited to be part of this transformational process. Thank you.
You're on mute, Robin.
Thank you. It's my delight to actually welcome our first moderator, Mr. Ben Milligan, University of New South Wales, the GOAP Secretariat Director. So Ben's going to chair our next session and then the Q&A. We may need to squeeze a little bit of time from there, but over to you, Ben. Thanks very much.
Thanks very much, Robin, and thanks very much to our friends from Canada and the UK for that inspiring introduction to today's proceedings. I've just checked the attendance list, and we have a really nice spread of countries represented here today, almost 40. That exceeds significantly the representation of 18 countries from the first global dialogue in the pre-COVID times of November 2019. So illustrative, I think, of the diversification of global interest on this really important issue, and a real spread of specialized interest as well. So some of us have joined today because we are interested in technical aspects of ocean accounting, really detailed questions like how we classify ecosystems or how we organize supply use tables for the ocean. And then at the other end, more my domain of expertise, how do we use ocean accounts? How do we make sure that they're really embedded in policy to measure what matters for sustainable development, as was really echoed during our previous speakers' talks. So I'm going to share my screen for everybody and then introduce our wonderful panel. So can everyone see a PowerPoint slide that says update from the Global Ocean Accounts Partnership?
Yes.
Wonderful. So joining me today, I'm Ben Milligan. I'm based at the University of New South Wales and have the privilege of being the GOAP Secretariat Director currently. We're also joined by Gemma van Helderen, who is the Director of the Statistics Division of SCAP. And SCAP is one of our two co-chairs of the partnership, represented by Gemma today. Then Michael Bort, who is representing co-chair Fisheries and Oceans Canada, and also the University of Ottawa, another one of our partnership's members, one of a growing number of universities providing input into the partnership. Zeba Ali, who is Acting Director, Regulatory and International Economics at Fisheries and Oceans Canada. And finally, Francois Soulard, who is Chief of Research, Energy and Environment Statistics at Statistics Canada. So again, a lovely spread from our membership of different disciplinary perspectives on this issue. And I'm going to start us off, clawing back a little bit of time, with a really brief introduction to the Global Ocean Accounts Partnership. So we heard a lot previously about SDG 14. I'd like to add another couple of SDGs into the mix here that really inspired the development of the partnership. The SDGs, as agreed by world leaders in 2015, were stressed as being indivisible and holistic. And within SDG 15, there is a commitment to integrate ecosystem and biodiversity values into national and local planning, development processes, poverty reduction strategies, and accounts. So this is really about making sure that the environment finds its way into the heart of decision making. And then moving on to SDG 17, we have a commitment to develop headline indicators that complement gross domestic product. So we're not just measuring growth, we're measuring wealth, environmental and social. And then finally, SDG 17 has a lot to say about partnerships. And that was really an inspiration for this partnership. The call from world leaders to really work together in radically transformative ways to build bridges between the public sector and the research sector, representatives from the private sector, international and national institutions, to try and figure out how we address just the enormous challenges that face us over the next generation. So fundamentally, GOAP is about meeting that need in relation to the oceans through provision of better data and statistics. It's a voluntary association of different member institutions. We're quite new. It was established in 2019, formally, building off some fantastic work from within the UN system led by SCAP and the Canadian government, obviously an early member too, as co-chair. I host the Secretariat here at UNSW in Sydney, Australia, and we benefit greatly, particularly in the initial startup phase, from support from the World Bank Blue Economy Program. And the World Bank is another one of the early members to join our growing partnership. Some key functions, it's all about mutual support and capacity building. We try and help each other learn lessons related to ocean accounting, coordinate our approaches, scale our approaches as a collective community. We work hard to inform the adoption of statistical standards, and some of our colleagues later on will talk much more about the exciting plans to develop and improve SEA Ocean. And more broadly, it's about recognition of oceans in decision-making about development, just really elevating them to the status they deserve in all policy, all legal frameworks, and other decision-making. And another key function more recently is that the GOAP is trying to respond to the call for action emerging from the 14 world leaders who are members of the high-level panel for a sustainable ocean economy. As was mentioned by our Canadian friends, this panel really issued a transformative vision, more focused at the national level on what action was needed to orient ocean decision-making towards sustainability. And it's the first head of government commitment, aside from the SDGs, to say something really focused about ocean accounts. So that was really exciting momentum. And the GOAP is working hard to try, particularly over the next year, to try and support the members of the panel and all other interested countries through their journey to implement ocean accounts. So that's fundamentally what our partnership is about. I'll hand over now to perspectives from some of our other early members. And that brings me to Gemma van Helderen. Gemma, over to you. I wanted to ask, initially, could you tell us a bit more about how SCAP became involved in ocean accounting and what some of the motivations were?
Thank you very much, Ben. And yeah, welcome everybody to the second Global Ocean Accounting Dialogue. It's a real pleasure to be with you tonight, and really pleased that our Executive Secretary, Ibu Amida, has been able to welcome you more formally. So oceans, we are living in the Asia Pacific region, and we have two of the 5 major oceans in our region, the Pacific Ocean and the Indian Ocean. So it's really important for us here to make sure that these SDG 14, the 2030 agenda, all parts of the Sustainable Development Agenda really reflect the priorities of our member states and our countries towards prosperity, peace, planet, and through partnerships. And we were really pleased to join with the University of New South Wales in Australia, and more recently with Canada, to progress this partnership that really reflects the interdisciplinary nature of our oceans and the real importance of integrated oceans management. And to me, oceans really is a real epitome of the 5 dimensions of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development that all of our governments have agreed to progress prosperity, planet, people, peace, and partnerships. I just wanted to reflect very briefly, if I may, on what's been achieved between our first dialogue in 2019 and here we are today, a year and a half later in 2021. And I wanted to make a mention of a couple of milestones. In particular, here in Asia and Pacific, we saw the value and importance of the oceans to our livelihoods, to our economies, to our societies. And last year, the SCAP Commission, which is the highest intergovernmental body of the United Nations in the Asia-Pacific region, we held our deliberations under the theme of promoting economic, social, and environmental cooperation on oceans for sustainable development. And in this regard, we made a lot of commitments. Countries in our region made a lot of commitments. But in particular, we were asked to strengthen the national capacities for measuring and accounting for progress towards the sustainable management of our oceans, including through membership of the Global Ocean Accounts Partnership. And as Ben said, this is a voluntary organisation that has been established. And we're really pleased to see real advances on the number of members that have joined our Ocean Accounts Partnership, and particularly strong interest from our Pacific Island countries, as well as countries located in the Indian Ocean, to see the value of strong partnerships for sustainable management of our oceans. We'll also hear later, and I'm extremely excited to have on our agenda today an update from a very recent session of the United Nations Statistical Commission, which is the highest global statistical standards body in global statistical standards body, who have not only adopted a framework on ecosystem accounting, but have agreed to develop Sea Ocean as a global statistical standard over coming years. The Statistical Commission has also recognised the importance of ongoing technical assistance to countries through pilots. And here in SCAP, we've also been very fortunate to have a regional advisor on environment statistics that has a strong focus on environmental economic accounting, and in particular, a strong interest and ability to support countries with ocean accounting. And like we are doing today on our dialogue, there's a very strong interest in making sure we share knowledge and we exchange experiences, and lots of mechanisms to do that, not only on today's dialogue, but ongoing series such as Asia Pacific Stats Cafe, various blogs and knowledge products, as well as presentations at different forums. And here I'd just like to highlight in particular, Ben, that we've seen growing interest in sub-regional organisations. So I myself work in an international organisation, the United Nations, but we're seeing a lot of interest in sub-regional organisations, particularly ASEAN in the Association of Southeast Asia, but also I know interest in the Pacific community and globally to really support countries in their endeavours to make sure that we sustainably manage the ocean and we advance the ambitions of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Thank you very much. Back to you, Ben. And here you're on mute, Ben.
There we go. Okay, good. We're back. Thanks very much, Gemma. So I'm going to hand straight away over to Michael Bort, our other co-chair representative from the Government of Canada. And a question I had for you, Michael, was what role do you see the partnership playing to support country efforts in a very practical way to build out ocean accounts?
Great, thanks, Ben. Hello and welcome. Thanks for joining. I wish we had a speaking slot for everyone that we don't. In face-to-face meetings, much of the networking happens after the meeting, and I hope you can join us for our virtual happy hour at the end. At my heart, I'm a statistician, and part of the reason for this partnership is to bring the statisticians, or actually to bring oceans into statistics, into official statistics. As statisticians, we depend on frameworks, especially measurement frameworks like the SIA that's been mentioned and the System of National Accounts that's been mentioned. My friend Ken Bagstad quoted that frameworks are like toothbrushes. Everybody needs one, but nobody wants to use somebody else's. So we hope you use our framework. The Ocean Accounts Framework brings together existing international statistical frameworks and adds governance and the ocean economy to better cover SDG 14 and other SDGs that have been mentioned that relate to the ocean. So I'd be happy to discuss the framework in more detail at the statistics table during happy hour, and it'll be mentioned by some speakers later on. So one objective of today is to remind everyone that GOAP is more active than ever and always hoping for new partners, pilots, collaborations, and inputs. So please volunteer or notify us via the chat box. If you're interested in conducting a pilot study, GOAP can advise. And as Gemma mentioned, SCAP can advise as well. The first step is strategic planning. To support this, a diagnostic tool developed by Tirpong is on the GOAP website. If you've conducted research, a pilot, planning related events, have suggestions for applying ocean accounts, have applied ocean accounts, please let us know. If you'd like to volunteer to contribute to SIA Ocean, become a GOAP partner. If you have funding available for our work, please let us know. The last thing I'd like to tell you about a little project we've been working on at Fisheries and Oceans and Ottawa. Our ocean-related bibliography, soon to be available on the GOAP site, has over 200 citations, and what makes it special is that we've coded the articles, the target ecosystem type, ecosystem services, conditions, and beneficiaries according to the Ocean Accounts framework. That makes a good starting point for research, and we're hoping that others can contribute. It's a good complement to Liotong's Global Ocean Data Inventory on the SCAP website. So I'd like to thank everyone, not only for attending today, but for participating over the years. We'll need even more help if we want to eliminate bad data and no data as excuses for not doing as much as we can to use the ocean sustainably. And to answer Ben's question, I think Gemma already had the key point, and that's the knowledge transfer, that it's not a matter of so much capacity building, but sharing experience, sharing knowledge, and we hope to have further events in the future to facilitate that. Thanks, Ben.
Thanks very much, Michael. And Michael mentioned a pilot. There is just an enormous amount of activity around the world to develop ocean accounts, and it's being driven by lots of demands, international commitments, national policy, research initiatives, and our taking advantage of their co-chair prerogative. I'd like to hand over to Ziba and Francois, who are going to talk about some very exciting work that Canada is doing on their pilot. Over to you, Zebra and Francois.
Thanks, Ben, and good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone. I'll just take this opportunity to provide some updates on the Canadian Ocean Accounts pilot. And as Jean-Guy pointed out, we depend heavily and benefit greatly from the 3 oceans that surround Canada. And so there is a need for harmonized and integrated data to support national level decision-making for managing and monitoring the wealth and health of our oceans and support our international commitments. Ocean accounts help produce such data, and that's the reason why in early 2019, DFO and Statistics Canada initiated the Ocean Accounts Project, the pilot. To date, we've made substantial progress on the pilot. We've participated in the development of Ocean Accounts framework under the leadership of UNSCAP by contributing to the revisions of the technical guidance. Regarding the pilot itself, we undertook a diagnostic of the currently available data where priority accounts to be developed were identified and guidance was provided on addressing the data gaps, which are, a common theme around ocean accounts. We are also undertaking a case study in collaboration with the University of British Columbia to estimate the extent of eelgrass beds and the associated blue carbon stocks along the Canadian coastline. Final results of that study would be available in early 2022. So we are confident that Canada will take advantage of the opportunities generated by the global interest in the blue economy, the International Decade of Ocean Science, SIA Oceans, the High Level Panel, and numerous others to move our ocean accounts forward. So thank you. And now I'll yield the screen to Francois to further discuss the results we've achieved and the challenges we are facing. Over to you, Francois. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shiba. Francois Schlar, I'm with the National Statistics Agency. We are working with the Department of Fish and Oceans to better integrate statistics, science, and policy. And the demonstration of this will be coming out soon, as we have an article coming out shortly on this topic, and also a more comprehensive attempt at creating our first ecosystem accounts that will be released in our next publication of our flagship publication called Human Activity in the Environment. But I'd like to maybe say a word about the fact that yesterday in Canada's federal budget, it was announced that the government of Canada will be funding StatCan to conduct a regular program titled Census of Environment. So this is great news for the ocean accounts, as a significant portion of this funding will be directed at developing a full set of environmental accounts, including ecosystem accounts for coastal and marine areas. So stay tuned, and I'll be happy to talk about this later on. Thank you. Back to you, Ben.
Thanks very much, Canadian friends. And this is just one of several examples, as I mentioned. The current formal membership list of GOAP is currently 21. 21 members, predominantly national governments, but we also have the UN system represented through ESCAP, the World Bank, and a growing number of research institutes. And they're all doing very diverse things that help move this forward. And I've been given permission to share two really brief examples before we close this panel and try and catch up on some time. One example from Southeast Asia, so the Institute of Strategy and Policy on Natural Resources and Environment in the Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment in Vietnam was an early member of the partnership. They joined following our global dialogue in Sydney in 2019. And their work is a fantastic illustration, I think, of how we bring ocean accounting to scale and embed it in decision-making. So in collaboration with ESCAP, Vietnamese colleagues worked on a area-specific ocean account that was from Quang Ninh province in northern Vietnam, which some of you may recall as home of Ha Long Bay, the famous World Heritage Area. And the results of this pilot really demonstrated the importance of that area to economic sectors. And that linked into some investment and collaboration with the World Bank to expand the scope of that site-specific pilot. And then following the World Bank work, there are efforts underway to expand nationally with global environment facility support, and also some efforts to work on a roadmap for the blue economy, which will be submitted to the Prime Minister of Vietnam for approval by the end of next year. So that's an example that I think really illustrates a pathway to success and scale for ocean accounting. Another example comes from the Pacific, which Pacific Island countries, which Gemma mentioned, are really champions of ocean accounting for obvious reasons. The Pacific Blue Shipping Partnership is a collaboration between 8 countries, co-chaired by the Marshall Islands and Fiji. Fiji is a member of the high-level panel, the 14 countries that was mentioned earlier. And that partnership is focused on, it's not focused on accounts specifically, it's focused on planning for large-scale blended finance investment in transformation of the maritime sector, new ships, better ships, and decarbonisation of maritime transport completely by 2050. And that work is supported by the World Bank NDC Trust Fund and Blue Economy Program, and it includes a work package on ocean accounts that will really help monitor performance, and, as was mentioned by our UK friends, build a case and an evaluation data set for all of the investment that is envisaged. So they're just 2 examples. We'll hear a lot more coming up for the remaining minutes that we have today. And if you have any questions about this session, please just ask them in the chat. I'll do my best to respond, or we can have a more free-flowing discussion over coffee, at least for me, during the happy hour. So thanks very much, everyone, and over to you, Roland.
Thank you very much, Ben, and speakers as well. Very informative. So we are now going to do our first, we're going to do a Q&A just with poll everything at this point. So I'm going to share my screen again. And what I would like is for you, if you are just joining us, just let me push this up here. What you can do is open up a web page at pollev.com/robinv062, and you'll be able to respond. We set everybody up at the beginning of this. If you're texting in Canada, you can use 37607 and text RobinV062 to answer these questions. So let me just tell you, you guys are right on the mark here, which is fantastic. You're already answering. That's what I want you to do. Let me tell you what's happening with this information that we're collecting today. It's actually going to go to the planning committee for next year. So this is going to be really helpful to know where we want to focus efforts, what you want to see from this forum. So this is where you get to have your say, and there'll be a number of questions throughout as well. Hopefully, I appreciate Ben taking questions in the chat. Hopefully, we'll have more time as the conference goes up. We're just using this one virtual one for this particular session. So loving what I'm seeing here, that you can see what's most interesting is that you see your colleagues, how they are thinking as well too. And that's helpful for unity and diversity. It's a very good thing. So this is fantastic. I'm going to keep it open for another 30 seconds or so. Feel free to keep answering. Where should GOAP focus its efforts? You've got two options. All right, this is very good participation. Thank you very much, folks. And we're now going to hop on to one more question. So this is actually going to be our segue into our first bio break. So if you haven't already stood up, gotten around, go grab another coffee, something to drink or eat, this is your opportunity to do it. We're giving basically just 2 minutes for folks to, answer this question, but also, stand up, get some blood circulating again, just because we're in a virtual nature. So feel free to do that. I'm going to hop on again at 8 o'clock and we'll start off on our next round. Thanks very much. I will ask you to mute everybody to mute your computers while you go. I know I forget sometimes, but it just helps with the folks still staying on. Okay, so we'll carry on, back on time again, which is a great thing. So it is my delight to introduce Terapong Prasat Janaporn, and I hope I got that right, who will be
That's
your
wonderful, yeah.
moderator. Okay. Who will be your moderator for the next session. So I am also going to start the blue sky timer, Terapong. So here's hoping. Let me know if there's any challenges. Thanks.
Thanks, Robin, and it's my pleasure to moderate this session. Just basically carrying on from the previous session, as Ben mentioned and Francois mentioned, that there are lots of ocean accounts related activities worldwide. If I recall correctly, in the first global dialogue in Sydney in 2019, we dedicated half of the time of the global dialogue to talk about these activities, how we conduct them, how we initiate the pilot. So today we will hear 3 wonderful examples, and on that note, it's my pleasure to introduce our speaker of this session. I think, let me share my screen. I hope you all see the screen. So the first speaker is Crystal Bradley. She is the Assistant Director of International Partnership for Nature and Oceanic Section Climate Adaptation and Resilience Division of the Department of Agriculture, Water and the Environment, Australia. This is the newly established department in the Australian government. And the second speaker is Ken Finley, the research chair of Oceans Economy of Cape Peninsula University of Technology. The last speaker is Rocky Harris. He is the statistician at the UK Department of Environment, Wood and Rural Affairs. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run this slide, and we'll follow the presentation in this order. So let me introduce Crystal for the first presentation.
Thank you, Terapong. Thanks for the opportunity to join the discussion today. Australia has been developing regional and local ocean accounts for several years, and that work has been led by a range of people in government, in the private sector, in academia and in environment NGOs. But since 2019, my team has been developing ocean accounts and supporting regional capacity building as part of Australia's participation in the high-level panel for a sustainable ocean economy. This has involved developing pilot ocean accounts to support the management of the Geograph Marine Park, co-sponsoring ocean waste accounts being developed in Samoa with SCAP, and sponsoring delegate attendance at the first Global Dialogue on Ocean Accounting in 2019. In December last year, the ocean accounts for Geograph Marine Park were released. We actually commissioned Idea Group to prepare those accounts, and the results of that project are on our website at eea.environment.gov.au. So the website has a 20-page summary of those project results and a number of lengthy technical documents as well that details the data that was assessed, the methods used, the accounts produced and analysis provided. And it's been really well received by policy areas. This Geograph use case provides a tangible example of how ocean accounts add value to policy and management decisions. And this is helping other potential end users to understand exactly how accounts can be used in their own work, which is helping increase demand for ocean accounts in Australia overall. Co-designing those accounts with Parks Australia, who are the managers of Geograph Marine Park, was really essential to ensuring that the accounts would be useful for their management purposes. Other expert contributors such as data providers, blue carbon experts and our accounting governance groups were also engaged in the project, such as our scientific advisory panel and an interjurisdictional steering committee. I guess 3 key challenges associated with the project would have to be, firstly, making use of some imperfect data and managing to use a lot more modelling than we expected. Secondly, refining the preferred selection of accounts that were viable from a data perspective, but also useful from a user's perspective. And finally, managing such a wide range of multidisciplinary inputs and feedback. So in my next slide, I'll go through some of the results of the pilot. But before I do, I'll just mention that going forward, my team is right now considering the pathways and consultation needed for implementing Australia's commitments under the high-level panel to develop a complete sequence of national ocean accounts. And we're really looking forward to working through what does a complete sequence mean in the Australian context and learning from the great work being pursued in many other countries. So you can go to the next slide. Thanks, Tirupong. This is a conceptual diagram from the GeoGraph project, which details the systems interacting in the marine park. Idea Group produced a wide range of accounts to capture as much of this activity and these systems as possible, and it included the extent and condition of key ecosystems like the seagrass and the rocky reefs, key ecosystem services such as the nursery services, carbon sequestration and vessel anchoring relevant to the seagrass, as well as fish catch and whale watching tourism activity. The project has informed the design of our National Monitoring, Evaluation, Reporting and Improvement System, or our MERI system. It's informed national compliance monitoring risk assessments and improved the baseline understanding of the multiple values and pressures of the newly established marine park at a local level. So that's all from me. Thanks very much, Tirupong, and of course, happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Crystal. For participants, if you have any questions, please post in the chat box. We will come back to them after the 3 presentations. Thanks again. And I think one important takeaway from Australian example is that early on in the process, very clear policy need and demand has been identified, and the whole pilot is built around that. And I think this ensures not only useful results, but the user results are used at the end of the project. Thanks a lot, Crystal. So let's go to the second presentation by Ken Finlay. This will focus on experiences in the African region. Ken, over to you.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, all. I'm going to throw quite a lot at you in the next 3 minutes. And firstly, this talk summarizes the GOAP Africa Community of Practice and its associated working groups within the Western Indian Ocean Governance Exchange Network, WIRGN, the African Natural Capital Accounts Community of Practice, and the South African National Research Foundation Community of Practice on Oceans Accounting Frameworks. The aim of these initiatives is really to create an awareness and interest in what I call an appetite for use of oceans accounts in African coastal countries, leading to the creation of within-country capacity and opportunities for future potential pilot studies. To move very quickly over the next 2 slides, please, Tirupong. The first of these shows the background to some of these initiatives and the introduction of the African pilot under the NRF project, which is the lower box. And the next slide, please, Tirupong. And some of the capacity developments carried out under these initiatives to date. And these are aimed at future specialist account workshops and webinars, and culmination in a proposed African dialogue on oceans accounts later in the year. We're proposing July. Thank you, Tirupong. Next slide, please. To date, a single pilot study has been established in the Algoa Bay region of South Africa under the NRF project, phase 1. This is really aimed at investigating the applicability of an oceans accounts framework in an African context. Thank you, Tirupong. The framework that's being utilized in the community of practice differs slightly from the GOAP framework of the technical document. The major differences being the separation of novel risk, social and governance accounts and the associated interactions, particularly in the individual importance or their individual importance in informed decision making and policy development arenas. There are 8 different work plans or work packages which assess different aspects of the proposed framework across different disciplines. And although these are not necessarily aligned sectorally, the importance in this approach is A, to draw on existing experiences in these sectors or these disciplines, and secondly, to ensure that what is carried out in each of these work packages is transferable across these sectors. Thank you, Terrapon. The project has a strong emphasis towards research rather than implementation. For example, in aspects of framework structure, data availability, data needs, data architecture, and the particular work plan to investigate governance accounts, empirically driven marine ecosystem accounting, oceans economy satellite accounts, and natural capital accounts and their positions in an oceans accounts framework, gender equity and social accounting, blue carbon accounting, and risk and summary accounts. There are numerous South African partners that are involved as co-investigators, collaborators, and stakeholders. We are unfortunately not yet at a stage where detailed results across the work plans can be presented in such a brief review. Next slide, please. My final slide, please. But I'd be very happy to be approached offline or later for further discussions about this particular pilot study and potential other pilot studies that we're looking at in the Western Indian Ocean. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ken. And this is another good example. You could imagine that implementing ocean accounts requires expertise from different areas and domains, and amount of data that will flow into the project would be enormous. One way to deal with that is to build on existing capacity and resources, human resources within your system, and this is a very illustrative approach of bringing together existing expertise in the system to work on a single coordinated project. Thanks a lot, Ken. I think there are lots to talk about, and I encourage everyone to join the happy hours that we can ask directly to Ken on for more information. Again, if you have questions, please post them on the chat box. So, and my last speaker of the session, Rocky Harris, from explaining us the experience in the UK. Over to you.
Thank you, Tirupon. Sorry I went on chat saying I'd locked out completely. I'm glad to be back. As Brian mentioned, we published with the Office for National Statistics some marine accounts on the 6th of April. So this is very timely to get these review how far we've got really. We started back in 2019 and this is quite an improvement on what we originally did. And within the UK, the marine accounts are very much part of a broader set at national level of natural capital accounts, and they kind of match up with lots of other accounts for different habitats. So we've kind of divided the area up into different broad habitats, and we try to develop accounts for each. And there is very much an emphasis on valuation within the framework. But our main gains, I think, is that it brings data all together into a coherent framework. And as Crystal suggested, we also enables us to bring different disciplines together and talk in common terms. They're still under development. The latest accounts cover 9 different ecosystems or abiotic services. And certainly the condition indicators need further development. We just have 2. And thankfully showing some improvement, both of them. And so the next challenges will be, I think, carbon capture and storage. That needs a fair amount of work. Condition variables, as I said, and a focus on bringing down to more spatially detailed areas so that they're more policy relevant rather than more strategically positioned. Next slide, please, Tirupon. So just quickly to run over some of the key findings. I thought it was quite interesting. Since 2016, sustainable fishing, that's fishing from sustainable fish stocks, has been more profitable per ton than from unsustainable stocks. You may say that's fairly obvious because it's easier to catch the fish if they're from more plentiful, but it's nice to have some evidence on that conclusion. It's also not surprising perhaps, but marine renewable energy production has increased 40-fold. It's incredible increase at the moment. And recreation services and carbon capture, we know they're both important, but I think we need to do more work on them. So to summarize, if you want to see more about the accounts, they're in the website there. And I should just confirm with Crystal's view that the two challenges were data and a common understanding. I think there's a third issue really, which is valuation, getting valuation done on a coherent and consistent basis, both within the marine accounts and between different accounts, is quite a challenge and one that needs quite a bit of attention. Thank you.
Thank Rocky. And yeah, a lot of key takes away. And one other thing I want to emphasize, in addition to ensuring that this common understanding across disciplines are on the table. I think if you started doing ocean accounts pilot, that might be the first thing you encounter, that people are defining the same word differently, and that impacts data compilation. But what else I want to mention here is that if you start the pilot and you continue doing that gradually, then you have the time series picture of the status and changes of the ecosystem and the services they provide. And this is very powerful and give a very strong policy messages back to policy makers. I see in the chat already that some questions are posted, but before that, I think we have some poll to do, right, Robin?
We do indeed. So I am going to share my screen, and that will give you, Terapong, and the co-moderators the opportunity to look through that chat and synthesize a few questions. In the meantime, folks, I will share this, and if you can just answer this one, it'll be our bridge into the Q&A for this session. Okay, let's share that. All right, so let me make that a full screen. So this is the question we're answering, and you're already on the game doing it, which is fantastic. Yeah, let's hear your thoughts on this. If you're just new to us, I noticed a few folks joined in this last session. Just open up a tab and go to pollev.com/RobinV062, and you will be able to do exactly what the colleagues and the participants are doing at this point. We're going to gather your input. If you have a smartphone and you're in Canada, you can just text 37607 and then, or text RobinV062 to 37607, and you can do it right on your smartphone. There's international texting earlier in the chat if you want to use that as well too, international texting numbers. Okay, so we'll just keep this open for another 30 seconds, and then we'll flip it back to you, Terapong, and you can curate some of those questions, and we'll do a Q&A session. What are the main challenges? 2 choices. Okay, fantastic. Thank you everyone for your input. Very valuable for folks who are initiating and planning these kind of events. Okay, I'm going to stop sharing, and Terapong, I'm going to flip it back to you.
Thanks, Robin. Yeah, we have about 10 minutes for the Q&A, and I think we also received quite a number. So let me start from question to Crystal, specific. Oh, okay. Let me admit Crystal back here. Crystal, there was a question to you that will the monetary evaluation data on marine park pilot be collected regularly? Crystal, are you
Hello, Tirupong. I'm sorry, my
Okay,
connection dropped out
sure.
for a moment there.
Did you hear the question? I can repeat.
If you could repeat it, please. Thank you.
Sure. It's a very specific question to you that we about the pilot. Will the monetary evaluation data on marine park pilot be collected regularly? Is that there's a plan on that?
At this stage, we don't have any ongoing kind of monitoring plans or ongoing accounting plans for that pilot site, but there's definitely potential there. So we'll be considering, I guess, really everything is on the table in the scope of the commitment to develop a complete sequence of ocean accounts. So yeah, we'll have to discuss that and consider that.
Thanks. And second question to Ben. To Ken. So the question goes that I know that you use the GOOS essential ocean variables and data input on the ecosystem assets. How useful did you find this EOV framework?
Thank you, Tirupong. Thank you, Nick. Nick, I think it's incredibly useful to provide a standardized list or a standardized set of particular variables that can be introduced across the biophysical, particularly in the marine ecosystem accounts arena. And so to have a framework within that is to us incredibly useful, particularly when we're trying to derive ecosystem typologies empirically from biophysical and other data. So yes, I think it's incredibly useful to have a structured list in order to identify that, to ensure that none of them are being omitted. I hope that answers your question. Just Tirupong, in response to the recent poll, as somebody who's been involved in establishing a pilot, I certainly wanted to tick a lot more than just the 2 boxes. So I think there were a number of things there that I would identify that have been challenges across the different categories and not just sort of 1 or 2. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. So the next question would be to any of the speakers, and this is just to play around the idea. So can one of you elaborate on the deep sea mining impact as it may affect ocean accounts? So any thought on implications of deep sea mining on either the compilation part or the policy uses part of the ocean accounting?
So, Tirupong, if I can climb in here, it's an interesting one because I think one's dealing with a very different set of parameters, really, particularly in relation to aspects such as governance and working outside of an exclusive economic zone and not necessarily having the regulatory instruments in place for the management of risk, etc., of some of the impacts that would arise from particular sectors. And so I think it's going to be a very interesting one to grapple with going forward when we start moving oceans accounts into the areas beyond national jurisdiction. And I think I actually think some fairly wicked problems in there in order to try and unpack, and it's going to be quite interesting on how we do that. But I don't know if the other two want to comment on that.
Yeah, Crystal, because I think that's one of a key industry in Australia as well, right? So do you have any comment on this?
Yeah, thanks, Tirupong. I guess my perspective is really from a information needs take, and it really comes back to what type of information specifically is going to advance the decision making, whether it's around sustainability, managing pollutants, or balancing trade-offs. And I guess, a lot of these matters might come down to accurately tracking and measuring condition of ecosystems, which is not one of the easiest elements of what we're trying to do here. So yeah, I agree with Ken, plenty of challenges.
Rocky, any comments on that?
Not really. I mean, as others have said, it's quite hard to pick out such specific impact and reflect them in condition accounts. And we'll have to work on a lot of these issues and pick out the right pollution indicators and impact indicators. Yeah, still quite a challenge there.
Right. Thanks. Oh, yeah.
Sorry, would you mind if I chimed in?
Yes, please, Lawrence.
Look, I think there's a really vital question of the burden of proof related to, across the board, but in particular in deep sea mining. So it's reasonable to assume that environmental damage to the deep sea will have significant costs in terms of natural capital. But the extent of our ignorance about deep sea ecosystems is so extraordinary that we have very little chance to put an estimate on that. So the critical point then is that the precautionary principle must apply, and we must be, and so this is what underpins the call for a moratorium on deep sea mining. The burden of proof has to rest with people who are doing deep sea mining to not only assess environmental impacts, but to also assess impacts on natural capital as part of that assessment. And the lack of knowledge, the lack of data and descriptions of those ecosystems must not be an excuse for assuming there is no impact, or for denigrating the impact, for minimizing the impact.
Thanks, Lawrence. Let's continue this discussion in the happy hour. I think there are lots more to discuss and explore in the scope of ocean accounting as well. And your point well taken. We have other also very interesting questions, and I will spend the last 3 minutes on this question about economic valuation. I think this is a big topic when people think about the value of the ocean in general. So quick comments from the speakers. What to value and where should we value them? Maybe we can start from Rocky.
Well, the technical guidance sets out quite a few ecosystem services, and we've included abiotic flows as well in the account. But they all use slightly different valuation approaches, and particularly the non-market services use different valuation techniques to the ones that are marketed and to abiotic flows. So the challenge really is to get the units, I guess the physical units identified reasonably clearly, and then find appropriate prices that can be used in different contexts. And that doesn't rule out using welfare values as well as exchange values in the accounts.
Thanks, Rocky. Ken, your thoughts?
Thanks, Terapong. Not much more that I would add on top of, I think, what Rocky has very eloquently answered there, just in terms of the comparison of market and non-market values, and how we account for some of the regulatory ecosystem service values that we really take for granted until such time as they're compromised. And we have to make, there are some costs, for example, in things like remediation or replacement. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, and we would love to hear from Crystal from let's say policy perspective on valuation as well.
Yeah, thanks, Tirupong. Yeah, I don't have a lot to add there, except I guess to bring it back to again, for what purpose, and that really is the policy take on it. There's so much we can do as within these accounting frameworks, but why choose to do some things over other things, and in what priority order? And for me, that comes back down to what are the priority policy or management decisions that need to be made in the coming years.
Thanks, Crystal and Robin. I know we are running out of time, and there's more questions coming in. So let's continue this discussions in the happy hours. and definitely we'll be hope to see all of you there. Thanks, Robin. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Terapon. So it's my delight to introduce Misan Agbala, the Senior Economic Policy Advisor for Regulatory and International Economics, Fisheries and Oceans Canada. Misan, over to you.
Thank you, Robin. As Robin said, I'm Misan Agbala. I'm a senior economist with Fisheries and Oceans Canada. Can you hear me?
Coming in clear. That's good.
Well, I'm privileged to be part of the team that is working on Canada's Ocean Account pilot project. And I will be moderating this session on progress on research. So I have 4 wonderful speakers. Actually, I stole one from the last speaker from the previous session. And so I have Rocky Harris, as you know, statistician in the Department for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs, DFRA. I have Melissa Wong from Fisheries and Ocean Canada, a research scientist at Bedford Institute of Oceanography. I have Dr. Emily Smile from the US. She's a executive director, Geo Blueprint, a Blue Planet Initiative, and a senior faculty specialist at NOAA University of Maryland Cooperative Institute for Satellite Earth System Studies. And I have Celeste Di Giovanni, PhD candidate, Department of Geography, Environment, and Geomatics, University of Ottawa. So without further ado, you have the floor, Rocky, to say a few words about the SHIA Ocean Research Agenda.
Thanks, Misan. Yes, apologies for coming straight back, I guess. And I think all the previous speakers flagged half of what I was going to say, which is that the UN Statistical Commission has made good progress and approved the development of SEA Ocean. And it will be largely based, well, draw to a great extent on the advice given in the technical guidance developed by SGAP and GOAP. So I don't think I need to publicize that, and I'll probably move on right to the research agenda, which is just about being developed. We've got a reasonably full list of issues, and we're trying to work out how best to address the issues, probably through some range of issue papers, and hopefully we'll be able to set up some technical working groups that can resolve the issues. So I noticed on the chat that we had some volunteers. That's great. And if anybody else wants to put their hands up, that will help the process quite a bit as well. And I guess the 2 questions that we really, you might have, and I'll try and answer them, is what kind of research questions are we going to need to address, and how does the SEA Ocean really going to differ from the technical guidance? So quickly on the first question, we'll talk about, and they are flagged in the technical guidance, but not quite so overtly, I think. Some key issues will be, where do we stop from, if we include the coastal areas within the accounts, where do you stop, how far inland do you go, what kind of impact in terms of reporting those areas in the accounts. And another one would be, it's going to be the SEA Ocean is going to be a statistical document, much more related to that. So we'll want to develop classifications for plastics, for the blue economy, that kind of thing. So those are the areas we will be focusing on. Relationship to the technical guidance, I think we see it more as a conceptual and a statistical kind of classification document. So it probably won't touch very much on data sources, which is a significant part of the technical guidance. And it probably won't say that much about implementation, though there should be quite a bit. So I think there will be a continuing kind of distinction between. I hope they can both develop, but one of the challenges will be to keep them consistent. so that we don't give mixed messages when we've completed them. I should just say the timetable, we're aiming for something by 2023. So it's going to be quite a fast track kind of process. Thank you.
Thank you, Rocky. I will just move to my second presenter. Let me tell you that if you have questions, feel free to post them in the chat box and we will come back to it. So we will have the remaining presentation in the row and we will have questions thereafter. So my next speaker is, as I said, Melissa from Fisheries and Ocean Canada. And Zeba said earlier before in her presentation that Canada's Ocean Account is been developing a project, a blue carbon project on eelgrass. So Melissa will talk about this project more in detail. So you have the floor, Melissa.
Thanks, Messa. Hi, everybody. So as Messa told you, today I'm going to tell you a little bit about the research project we are doing. That's a collaboration between Fisheries and Oceans Canada, the Policy and Economics Division, as well as the Science Division, and our collaborators at the University of British Columbia. And so we are working with Canada's eelgrass beds and trying to estimate their ability to store carbon. Now, eelgrass is our main dominant species of seagrass in Canada. And seagrasses, if you're not familiar with them, they're marine flowering plants found in the shallow nearshore around the world. And they form these vast underwater meadows. And eelgrass beds, similar to all seagrasses worldwide, provide many important ecosystem services. For example, they support fisheries through the provision of feeding and nursery grounds. They also protect shorelines by attenuating waves. But they're particularly recognized as being critical blue carbon habitats, meaning that they play a very important role in the capture and storage of carbon. So they're highly efficient at capturing carbon from the atmosphere via photosynthesis, as well as from the oceans via particle trapping. And they can store the carbon in the root systems and bury it in the sediments, often for hundreds of years. And so the eelgrass blue carbon potential in Canada really remains unknown. We have one of the longest coastlines in the world, yet we really don't know the spatial extent of eelgrass along this coastline. We don't know and don't have estimates for the values of the carbon stocks in the habitat. And we also don't have information on burial rates. And so inclusion of this information in the ocean accounts really acknowledges the important role this habitat plays, for example, in reducing carbon emissions. And so the objectives of our work were to estimate blue carbon storage capacity in Canada's eelgrass beds. And we're aiming to do this by mapping eelgrass extent, estimating carbon stocks, and then using this information to create a blue carbon map for Canada. And finally, of course, we aim to provide this information to the ocean accounts. Next slide, please. So this project is in progress. So I'm just showing here some of our initial results. So we have worked with various other groups that have been instrumental in mapping eelgrass around Canada. And we've collated this data to create the two maps that I'm showing you here on the slide. The top map shows you our eelgrass occurrence. So this is our known records of eelgrass presence on the 3 coasts of Canada. And the bottom map is showing you the actual extent data. And it's hard to see here, but if we were on a GIS platform, we'd be able to zoom in and look at the aerial coverage of individual eelgrass beds. And so we're currently working to actually go out and measure carbon stocks this summer. We're going to do this on both the Pacific and Atlantic coasts. And then we'll use this information to create our final blue carbon map. And we've been doing this work through lots of collaborations and capacity building with related projects in various community groups and other government organizations, as well as academia that are doing similar work, mainly around the mapping question. And we're anticipating that contribution of this data to the ocean accounts will allow us to make connections to the blue economy strategy, as well as national carbon inventories and/or other offset programs as they continue to be developed. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Melissa, for this presentation on the blue carbon project and linking it to ocean account. Thank you. So my next speaker is Dr. Emily Smile, and she will talk about Earth observation data for ocean accounting. So you have the floor, Emily.
Thank you, Masan. So I'm here today representing the Earth observation community, who is providing information on ocean and coastal information. And integrating that information is really important, as we all know, into ocean accounting. And the community is working to integrate and standardize a lot of the data sets. So in previous sessions, we had referenced the essential ocean variables from GOOS. But one of the big challenges that we face in terms of making it applicable to ocean accounts and policy in general is that it needs to be integrated with other types of data and information in order to make it relevant towards stakeholders. So I work for the Group on Earth Observation's Blue Planet initiative, which is trying to provide connections between the scientists who deliver the information on ocean observations, as well as some of the economists and statisticians. One initiative in the US that I wanted to bring to your all attention is that there is an interagency ocean observation committee that has just set up a societal indicators task team. And so with this task team, we are going to be looking to do some pilot studies, which would be integrating Earth observation information as well as some of the societal indicators, and have some social scientists that are involved in that. And so the plan is to do a few pilot studies, as well as to develop some essential societal indicators. And we're hopeful that the examples that are done in the US will then be able to be translated to other regions and be useful for the Ocean Accounts Initiative. Another thing that I would mention is the ocean observation community is aware that we need to create some indicators which help with decision making for some of the global policies. And from our side, we have been working, for example, with the United Nations Environment Program on SDG 14, and are also looking to work with the Committee on Earth Observation Satellites, which has a coastal observations, applications, and study team that is trying to integrate data across the land-sea interface. As we all know, a lot of the ocean challenges are resulting from land-based activities. So being able to track and account for those changes, you need to be able to integrate the data sets across those, as well as integrating some of the socioeconomic data. And we look forward to working with the Ocean Accounting Initiative in the future. And I'd say one thing is that we're very hopeful to get some feedback on priorities that we should be focusing on from policymakers moving forward. And thank you, Masan.
Thank you, Emily, for this brilliant presentation. I know you have a lot of questions, but just post them in the chat box and we'll come back to them. So last but not the least, I will introduce Celeste Di Giovanni to present the link between indigenous knowledge and Western science in the lens of fisheries management perspectives. So Celeste, you have the floor.
Hello, everyone, and thank you so much for having me today. Before I get started, I would like to acknowledge that I am not an Indigenous person, and the ideas that I'm sharing with you today come from my perspective and my own research. I'm joining you from Ottawa, which is on unceded and unsurrendered Algonquin Anishinaabe territory. Historically, the Algonquin people did not agree to share their land, and to this day have not ceded their territory. Indigenous peoples have been here since time immemorial, meaning that the knowledges that they hold are informed by personal experiences and engagement with the land over a vast period of time. Indigenous knowledge is also passed down intergenerationally through storytelling. They hold knowledge from a time when knowledge was not documented. Historically, the Canadian government opposed these knowledges. They avidly worked to assimilate Indigenous peoples into their own worldview. But today, the Canadian government works towards reconciliation. Through this process, we engage Indigenous knowledges in regards to the management of their space. Western science is still held in the highest regard by the Canadian government, which is a deductive method of reasoning. It's generally quantitative, it's limited to evidence and explanation within the physical world, and it's reproducible. In contrast, Indigenous knowledge is holistic, it's qualitative, and it includes the physical world, but also a metaphysical world that's linked to moral code. These ways of knowing are epistemologically opposed. However, there are some common grounds that we can use to understand one another. If Western scientists wish to understand Indigenous knowledge, they must not only listen, but understand. Open-mindedness and willingness to understand is the key to reconciliation and effective natural resource management. One of the ways we're working towards reconciliation is through collaboratively managing our resources. Collaborative management, as I have experienced through my own work, is the sharing of knowledges in an open setting. Here, Indigenous groups, stakeholders, in my case, fishery stakeholders, and the Canadian government all come together to manage the resource that's in question. Indigenous knowledges are key when it comes to collecting relevant information. Given our history of mistrust and colonialism, it's extremely important to mend relationships prior to consultation. Now, how do we effectively engage Indigenous knowledge? I'll paraphrase Chapman and Schott 2020, who argue that it's knowledge coevolution, which allows both knowledge systems to advance and evolve on their own, but also generate new knowledge and communications for the benefit of the Indigenous stakeholders and Canadians. This process requires validation structures that empower Indigenous groups in the governance of their own land. On the ground, knowledge coevolution can look like Western scientists and Indigenous peoples in a stream looking at fish habitat. A scientist might comment on the salinity of the stream and how that may impact juvenile salmon survival, while an Indigenous person may notice a species of algae and comment on how that determines if those salmon will survive or not. Just like peanut butter and jam are good by themselves, but they're better together. So how can oceans accounting fit into this framework? Especially during pandemic times, it's not possible for people to work together on streams, to engage in the moment and to ask questions. While effective, the coevolution of knowledge is timely, it's costly, and it's just not always doable. So that doesn't mean that the engagement of different knowledge systems shuts down. Oceans accounting provides a translation of what's happening in our oceans. Using money as a medium is impactful because it translates the scale of what is happening in the space in a way that everyone can understand. If a Western scientist says a fishery must be closed because of salination, the Indigenous group that relies on it may have their doubts because they don't understand what that means. They don't speak that language. Same as if an Indigenous person says the flower bloomed at the shore today, so we can't fish there. Oceans accounting enables us to translate local knowledge globally. It helps us to mitigate this issue by translating our conclusions in a way that can be adapted to both systems of knowledge. The end is the same, but the way that they get there is different. The bridging of knowledge is critical to effective resource management, and oceans accounting helps us achieve it, at least as a starting point. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for this various viewpoints, but that overlap around ocean accounting. I think Robin have to conduct
I'm going to give you some space
to run a process. Right?
Yes, and then that's exactly it. So we're going to start our Q&A again, so that Misan can actually have a look at the chat as the co-coordinators. So sharing my screen. Some of you are real keen beaners, and I love it. You're already in there. But this is the question that we want to hear from you from. Where should further ocean accounts research focus its effort? And if you're just joined us, you can actually go to the webpage and start, go to polyv.com/RobinV062, and you'll be able to answer like your colleagues are doing right now. So we'll just keep this up for another 30 seconds or so, and then we're going to flip it back to Mihan to run Q&A for about 10 minutes or so. Good, very good feedback. This is excellent, people. And I should state at this point, for those who have joined as well, this information is actually going to go to be curated and go to the organizers of the event, because you are basically going to influence the direction on this. So we really value your input, and thank you for taking the time to add to this. Fantastic. Okay, 10 more seconds and then I'm going to lock it in. All right. Fantastic. Okay, I'm going to now flip it back to you, Mihan, and you will be, we've got about 10 minutes for a Q&A. So over to you.
Thank you. I have a question here from Alexandra to Emily Smith. But before, Emily, what are the main limitations or difficulties do you see for the use of Earth observation data?
Thank you, Masan. One of the limitations is integration of different methods and techniques. So looking at marine litter observing, for example, there are a lot of different methods that people are using, which makes it difficult to intercompare. Also, the scale in comparison to social data is sometimes not easy to integrate. So that's a big challenge. There are a lot of advancements going on with higher resolution satellite data and a push to increase in situ ops that hopefully would help bridge those gaps. But understanding what scales and time scales that the social data is needed for will really be helpful in terms of evolving the ocean observing system so it's most useful.
Thank you. So Alejandra said that, is there any relationship between GEO and GEO Blue and EO4EA? I don't know what.
Yes, thank you. So for those of you who aren't familiar, these are initiatives that are both part of the Group on Earth Observations. And so the Group on Earth Observations, GEO, has different thematic groups. And so I work for the one on oceans and coasts called the Geo Blue Planet Initiative. And there's another one on ecosystem accounting that's part of GEO that's called EO4EA. And we have had some connections and are really hoping, over the next 10 years with a decade of ocean science, that we can increase the linkages across GEO and different groups such as EO4EA to try to collaborate and develop tools and information and data that is most useful for decision-making and policy implementation.
Thank you so much. Alan from Bangladesh said, please make it clear that the indigenous knowledge extends to what extent in terms of distance from the coast, 100 nanometers, I believe, or even to the deepest part of the sea. I think the question is addressed to Celeste.
Thank you. I'm not quite sure what the question was, or if that's just a comment. But yeah, Indigenous groups, I mean, I work with them on the west coast of Vancouver Island, so it's Canadian context. And yes, their knowledge extends quite a large distance, and they're also known to be nomadic. So they would travel up and down the coast and engage with other Indigenous groups as well, either historically or in the common day or current day, sorry.
Yeah, thank you. For Rocky, what are the next steps in the development of the Sea Ocean research agenda?
So it's really to write key issue papers, to form some groups to manage the process, and then we need an editor to write the manual. But I think before we do that, we also need to answer some questions like some of the scope issues, whether it's going to be a 100-page document or a 300-page document. Those kind of issues are quite important because we won't reach the end very quickly if we're too ambitious. So a lot going on, I think, and it's live. It's a live discussion now because we've only just got UNSC approval. So yeah, we'll keep you posted where we've got to.
Okay, well, one last question to Melissa. From your viewpoint and from your field, from your experience, what are the opportunities for collaborating with the ocean accounting community?
Actually, I think there's a lot of opportunity. One of the aspects that is very clear to me is that a lot of the types of data that I think would be useful for the ocean accounts are actually, quite available. And a lot of us are doing the type of work that would be beneficial for, producing data that is relevant for the ocean accounts. But for a lot of us more on the science side of things, it's difficult to sort of understand the formats of those data that are relevant for the ocean accounts and how that data will be used. And so I think there's great opportunity for collaboration through, virtual forums such as these. And I think there's a lot of information out there that can be incorporated. It's just a matter of sort of ensuring that that communication with the science community and the ocean accounting community can really happen, and that we really understand the type of information that is needed and how we actually contribute some of the data that we actually have. So I think a lot of us are working on issues around provision of ecosystem services and related data. And so knowing how to get that out into these policy arenas and into the ocean accounts would be really useful. So I think creating that dialogue would really help the collaboration to proceed. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Melissa. I thank all my speakers. And I am sure you want to hear more on the various topics and also on the indigenous knowledge, but unfortunately nothing good lasts ever. So we have to end the session, but happy to continue the discussion during the happy hour. And I encourage you to come and join us there. So over to you, Robin.
Thank you very, very much, Ms. Fan. So just before we jump into Jessica's session, we're actually going to take our second bio break. So 2 minutes. This is your opportunity to get up and stretch, grab something to drink, just move around so that the blood circulates again, so that we can come in strong for our final couple of sessions. So in the meantime, if you're looking for something to do, I will share my screen again. We do have one question that would be helpful for your input. And some of you are already there, so I love it. So what should the priorities for SEA Ocean be? So you've got a couple of options on this. So again, 2 minutes. So we'll start up again at the top of the hour. So at 9 o'clock, we'll get going again with our next session. All right, so it is my delight to introduce Jessica Andrews to you. She's a senior methodologist with Energy and Environment Statistics, Statistics Canada. Jessica, over to you.
Good morning, everyone. I have been working on ocean accounts with Francois Soulard and Ziba Ali, who spoke earlier, and it's my pleasure to moderate the session on country experiences and needs. I'm just going to share my screen. Let's get the right one. Hopefully you are not able to hear the grade 1 background noise that I have in my house, as my children have just started school for the day through their computers. We have 4 speakers in this session who are going to talk about how their countries are developing ocean accounts, their policy needs, next steps, and what help is needed from the GOAP community. So our countries are Indonesia. We have Dr. Etchi Tazria, a senior statistician specializing in national account and environmental accounting. We have Dr. Wenting Chen, a researcher at the Norwegian Institute for Water Research, who will speak for Norway. Dr. Sudipta Ghosh, Joint Director of Social Statistics Division, National Statistics Office of the Government of India. And our last speaker will be Ms. Pridel Majid from the Marine Biodiversity Research and Policy Advisor from the South African National Biodiversity Institute. So our first speaker will be Dr. Etchi Tazria, and I will pass over to him.
Thank you, Jessica. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Good morning and good evening. I would like to present, actually, Indonesia still in the stages of preparing a pilot ocean account in this year. So let me introduce myself. My name is Etchi Tazria. I'm from Statistic Indonesia, specializing in national account and also environmental accounting. As you know, BPS has been working for publishing the environmental accounting since 1990s, but unfortunately for the ocean account or aquatic resources, we have not yet covered in the publication. So there is a need from Ministry of Fisheries and Marine Affairs to conduct the pilot study on ocean account. This is due to the a document that has been ratification by the Indonesian president, which is a transformation for a sustainable ocean economy. In this context, the sustainable ocean economy context will focus on measuring the depletion of aquatic resources and the degradation of ocean ecosystem, climate change impact on ocean and coastal environment in Indonesia, and sustainable fisheries industry and coastal social economic conditions. So therefore, by the mandate of statistic law, BPS or Statistic Indonesia will involve in this project, ensuring that the data and statistic on ocean are expressed with the linkages between economic statistic and sustainable natural resources and environmental statistics. So next slide, please. From early this year, the progress has been achieved tremendously. For example, we have agreement between intergovernment ministries on collaborating the work for the pilot studies on ocean account. This collaboration will be involving Statistical Office, Ministry of Marine and Fisheries, Geospatial Agency, and Ministry of Finance. And also we conduct our own literature study. Fortunately, Microbot assisting me, informing that there is an ocean accounting for sustainable development technical guidance in the GOAP website. Therefore, we use this technical guidance as a background paper for the pilot studies. After conducting several virtual discussion between agencies and ministries since the January this year until late March, we agree on a priority of piloting ocean account in Indonesia will be consist of ocean assets, flow to the economies, and flow to environments, and also the governance sides of the ocean account itself. BPS Statistic Indonesia has been developing a draft of data, the list of data needed to fulfill the priority of ocean account piloting studies. And this list of data has been circulated to the ministries that involved in these collaborations. And we still wait for the response for each of the ministries or agencies involved. The Ministry of Marine and Fishery will conduct the next virtual discussion next week, I believe. And in this meeting, one of the agenda will be discussing the gap of data that the statistical agency needed to build or to compile the priority accounts that has been agreed on. Next slide, please. So this is not the first time for Statistic Indonesia to compile statistics on marine or ocean accounts. In 2017, Statistic Indonesia collaborated with coordinating Ministry on Maritime, has been producing indicators to measure the contribution of maritime related activities in the economy, but the scope of economic activity related to the maritime affairs is based on the law number 32 in 2014 on maritime. So this is the local law in Indonesia, which is describe the scope of maritime activities in the economy to include fisheries, energy and mineral, biotechnology industry, maritime services, maritime-based tourism, sea transportation, sea construction, and defense, security, law enforcement, and safety at the sea. For the time being, we try to make a concordance table between the activities described in this law and the table of ocean economy in the technical guidance provided by GOAP. And we will come up with some suggestion for the technical guidance regarding the activities related to ocean economy. So I think that's all progress has been made from the Indonesian side. Thank you very much for the time. I will give the floor to Jessica. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tazria. Great to hear that the technical guidance has been useful for Indonesia in getting this all started. I remind you, if you have questions, please put them in the chat. Our next speaker is from Norway, Dr. Wenting Chen, who's going to talk about progress.
Thanks, Jessica. My presentation is collaboration between David Barton, Christina Glimsrud, Tore Christian Ånestad, and Liv Tone Robesten. In February this year, the Management Forum of the Norwegian Sea Areas was given a task by the Interministerial Steering Committee to start working on the ocean accounting. The work will identify the possibilities, limitations, and uncertainties of ocean accounting, as well as knowledge and data needs. The Management Forum, coordinated partly by the Norwegian Environmental Agency, is preparing a workshop on the topic this fall. There are parallel initiatives on ocean accounting in Norway. Statistics Norway is currently working on the ocean economy satellite account, aiming to improve national accounts and capacity building. They are in the process of determining the boundaries of the ocean economy using OECD Ocean Economic Group's recommendations and addressing the needs of domestic stakeholders. At the same time, 4 categories of goods related to maritime industries are included in the first phase now. Another parallel initiative is led by David Barton and me, aiming to apply SIA framework to coastal marine ecosystem services to support the integrated planning of the Oslo fjord. Commissioned by the government, we did a pilot project on mapping ecosystem services use and natural capital values for the fjord using existing data. The outcome has been used as background document for the final government plan. Continuing from the pilot, we are working on the initiatives to make ecosystem service use accounts and natural capital accounts to connect land and sea to link ecosystem and services and to explore regional policy uptake for the case in the Oslo fjord. And we hope we can later scale up our experience to other part of Norwegian coast. In addition, in a couple of EU initiatives, we're trying to apply SIA to support coastal ecosystem restoration, including blue forest. Next slide, please. Here are 2 examples of what we have done in relation to ocean accounts. Norway has since 1990 generated nature index for various species and ecosystems, including ocean and coast. Following SIA standards, it can be regarded as coastal and ocean biodiversity thematic account. Here shows 2 maps of nature index in 2019 for the coast and ocean ecosystem respectively, and the trends of indicators over the last 2 decades on the left side of each figure. The example 2 shows a Britain table between accounting and welfare values of ecosystem services for the Oslo fjord. Economic values of ecosystem services are estimated by both the transaction cost methods within the SIA standard and the welfare values that are not included in the SIA standard. We can see that the values vary a lot, even for the same ecosystem services. We hope to continue to exchange experience and the best practices with GOAP. And we also hope we could find opportunities in the future to collaboratively seek for potential funding sources for SIA pilots. Thank you.
Thank you. That was really interesting and amazing progress that you have, that you're showing in this last slide. We'll now move on to India, and our next speaker is Dr. Subdipta Ghosh, Joint Director of the Social Statistics Division.
Thanks, Jessica. Hello, everyone. I am extremely delighted to be able to participate and share India's experience in this second global dialogue on the ocean accounting. Ocean is an important component of the Earth's climate and ecosystems. As far as India is concerned, ocean holds an important position and has huge relevance in the economy of the country. India is surrounded by water on 3 sides and has deep network of rivers. The coastal length extends up to 8,000 kilometers approximately and is distributed along 9 coastal states. Coastal belt comprises of a wide range of ecosystems extending from beaches and mangroves to coral reefs. The ocean accounts for 8% approximately of the world's marine faunal species. There are about 3,000 fishing villages with approximately 37 lakhs fisher port population. Ocean plays an important role in the economy, primarily in the fishing, trade, tourism, mining, tidal energy sector. Ocean are a source of livelihood, food, and medicines. India has a unique maritime position as well. The country has about 12 major ports and 187 non-major ports, handling about 1,400 million tons of cargo every year. Next slide, please. Now, realizing the importance and the relevance of the oceans in India, the government of India has initiated certain policies that are closely related to the ocean accounts. Some of these are the Deep Ocean Mission, where the emphasis is on the exploration of deep sea mineral resources and biodiversity. National Coastal Mission, whose prime focus is on the conservation of the coastal environment, along with the promotion of development, generation of revenue, and providing employment. Then we have the Blue Flag certification of beaches, which is essentially for promotion of sustainable tourism across beaches. Some of the initiatives that the government of India has taken can actually help in accounting. That is oceanography from space, which helps the satellites to transmit data on various oceanographic features, including weather. Next slide, please. Now, in order to ensure that the potential of the oceans are sustainably harnessed, checks and balances need to be put in place to monitor the negative side effects of an increase in the ocean-related industries. India has already joined the GOAP and aims to initiate the process of compilation of the ocean accounts. The compilation of ocean accounts will help policy decision-making about oceans and related analysis and research. But this can be achieved only through interagency, interministerial cooperation, because the information related to oceans are scattered across various agencies. Support is sought from the ocean accounts community to provide guidance on available global data sets and modeling techniques. Thank you.
Thank you, Sidikta. Interesting to see that you're getting involved with GEO already in this process. Our last speaker will be Ms. Pradil Mijet, speaking about ocean accounts in South Africa.
Hello, everyone. If I can just get an indication that you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thanks, Jessica. So yes, I am Pradil Majid from South Africa, working at the National Biodiversity Institute, and my key focus is on marine natural capital accounts. In South Africa, the lead organization for publishing all natural capital accounts that we will be developing is the Statistics South Africa, with support from my organization, the National Biodiversity Institute. And this is a natural collaboration, as Stats SA is the national statistical organization responsible for developing and releasing the official statistics for the country, while SANBI leads the development of ecosystem maps and ecosystem assessments across all the realms. So we do terrestrial, marine, estuarine, as well as freshwater ecosystem assessments and mapping. We are currently developing the first set of baseline extent accounts for the marine environment. These include both inshore and offshore, as well as our shore types, and we'll be developing protected area and ecosystem condition accounts in the near future. South Africa has initiated several projects under the banner of a presidential initiative called Operation Bakisa to grow our oceans economy. And we envision that natural capital accounting as well as oceans accounting will play a key role in improving our understanding of the contribution the ocean space provides to human well-being and the economy, and also the impacts from all this economic activity on our natural estate. Next slide, please. Thank you. So within South Africa, we feel that ecosystems should be a core focus in the oceans account. So in a lot of the international examples that I've seen, the focus has been on habitats rather than ecosystems. And our perspective is that, we should be focusing on ecosystem types when developing accounts. SANBI has developed a marine ecosystem type map that we use to develop that we've used now to develop the draft set of ecosystem extent accounts that can be collapsed into what could be considered habitat types, but we refer to them as broad ecosystem groups. And this is done for ease of presentation. But this is fundamentally underpinned by accounting performed at the ecosystem type level. Next slide, please. So within our context, condition accounts are a challenge. So I mentioned that we do biodiversity assessments at the National Biodiversity Institute. But the way we do it is that we produce them every 5 to 7 years, and they provide a snapshot of the status of ecosystems. And as I mentioned before, we do this for all rounds. But in the marine environment, we map pressures, also known as, or you can call them marine activities, and their intensity. And we use this data to assess degradation and assign condition states to all our ecosystem types. And we use the Halpern et al. Methodology, which focuses on mapping cumulative impacts. And this obviously is a proxy for in situ monitoring and ground truthing, as these can be, I'm sure everyone knows, these can be very expensive to perform. And in some parts of our ocean space in South Africa, it's impossible based on the current set of technology that we have available locally. We are collaborating internationally. Unfortunately, COVID pandemic has kind of put a damper on some of the in situ monitoring we were hoping to do with some of our Northern Hemisphere partners. But yeah, we are still collaborating on a few international projects to identify ecosystem condition indicators. So we would therefore, really appreciate more discussion and workshopping on this issue, specifically with a focus on how we are going to develop condition accounts for the ocean. Thank you.
So do you want me to do this bridge in, Jessica? It looks like we're getting a little crunch for time. So I'll do our poll question, and perhaps maybe you can just look through there and get one really good juicy question that we can put to our panelists, and then we'll move into the next session. All right? Okay. All right. So here's our question. What are the main policy concerns in your country or organization that are relevant to the sustainable ocean that could be addressed by the ocean accounts? So I'm going to just keep this up for about maybe another 45 seconds or so, but I will keep it open. So even as we bounce back to Jessica, feel free, if you think about this, you can add your input and it will be collected even though it's not on my shared, you're not seeing it on the shared screen. But it will be very helpful for those who will be looking at this. Okay, so I'll keep it up for just another 10 more seconds, and then I'm going to flip back over to Jessica, but it will remain open so you can still add your content if you so desire. Fantastic. Thank you very much. Keep it coming if you want. And Jessica, we've got time for one really good one, so no pressure.
We don't actually have any questions in the chat. We do have a suggestion from Wenting that it would be great if the GOAP could collaborate to initiate a blue carbon global study using SIA EEA, which I think a number of people would think would be a fantastic idea. But I guess the question I have for the speakers in my session would be, what have you found has been the biggest hurdle in really getting going on ocean accounts for your country?
Can I speak? Yeah.
No, okay, I just can talk first. I really think that data is an issue that from our initiative in Oslo Field, we found that in the pilot, we have very limited data. And also the second one is the funding, right? If we actually collecting, for example, the monetary value for ecosystem services, and we do need to either use a big data with creative, innovative methods, or we need a lot of funding for doing that regularly. Thank you.
Etchi, Sudipta?
Yes, thank you. I agree with one thing that the biggest hurdle is data availability. And the second one, I think, is valuation method for ocean ecosystem accounting. And in this pilot study, one of the stakeholders want to know about the monetary value of ocean ecosystem contribution to the economy. So I think the valuation is the biggest challenge because we do not have experience in this. Yeah.
Hello. Yeah, I would like to say that coordinating with different agencies is a bit difficult and challenging. And we have to do that because, as I mentioned, that the ocean related information is scattered across various domains. But that challenge can be eased out if we have a common language, common concepts and definitions, and then we can go and explain about it to other agencies and get information, convince them and have the necessary information. Thank you.
So if I can come in. Yeah. Yes, please. We've initiated a marine spatial planning project or program within South Africa, which has brought a lot of government departments together. And so collaboration and dealing with stakeholders has become a little bit easier, but there's still the issue, I would agree with everyone that's spoken, of accessibility to data. So we have, those very high value and high biodiversity pressure, trying to be diplomatic industries that are quite nervous about sharing their information. And that makes it very difficult to obtain the spatial data that is necessary to develop, for instance, pressure accounts and showing what the pressures on biodiversity are actually doing to the state of your ecosystem assets. But yeah, so we're working very much to try and get that kind of information so that we can develop further than just the biodiversity extent accounts. Thank you.
Thank you to you all. I would totally agree. In Canada, we're facing, those are the main hurdles that we are also facing. So I'll hand over to Robin now so that we can move to the next session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jessica and speakers. That was wonderful. We're on our last session, folks. Hard to believe, eh? This is just loaded with all kinds of really good info. So I'm delighted to introduce Gemma van Halderen, probably not new to most of you, Director of Statistics Division, SCAP. So Gemma, over to you.
Thank you very much, Robin. And yes, I agree. We're now moving into the closing half of our dialogue, and it's been a really great dialogue so far. Let me just share with you a PowerPoint here to structure our discussion. Sorry, Robin, I'm struggling a little bit to move this on. So in this session, what we're going to move now to is next steps for ocean accounts, next steps for the Global Ocean Accounts Partnership, and next steps for global for ocean accounting. And I'm really pleased that we have with us three speakers let me just stop sharing here because I'm really struggling to get my Zoom to work. So I have 3 speakers coming to us today to talk about next steps on ocean accounting and ocean accounts. Our speakers come to us from United Nations Statistics Division, who are the Secretariat for the Global Statistical Standards and the UN's Statistical Commission. We're then going to move to Jake Rice, who is Emeritus Professor with Canada Fisheries and Oceans. They're going to share with us perspective from a scientific point of view. And then we're going to move to Claire Jolly from the OECD Science, Technology and Innovation Division, the Ocean Economy Unit, who will share with us perspectives from a policies perspective. I actually had their slides with me here today, but for some reason, I'm very sorry, I'm not sure why I'm not able to share my screen with you. So let me
You were sharing the screen, Gemma.
I was? Okay, great.
Yes,
okay.
We can see your screen.
Okay, great. So can I move, Paul, can you move on to the next slide? Or whoever's moving the slides, please. And let me hand over now to Alessandra Alfieri, who's essentially in charge of making sure that we all have global statistical standards for ecosystem accounting, environmental accounting, and in particular, this area of ocean counts. So Alessandra, it's a great pleasure to invite you to speak to us. So next slide, thanks. And over to you, Alessandra. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you and the slide's up. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I just wanted to thank you very much, Gemma, and thank you very much for the opportunity to speak on the role of the Statistical Commission in setting international statistical standard, and also the new initiative on the SEA Ocean. I mean, as was mentioned several times, the Statistical Commission is the highest body responsible for developing and adopting statistical standard, and it consists basically of all national statistical offices in the world. So just by way of example, the statistical standards that have been adopted by the Statistical Commission include the system of national accounts, from which actually the GDP is derived, and then the SEA, the System of Environmental Economic Accounting Central Framework, which was adopted in 2012, and measures the relationship between the economy and the environment more from the economic perspective. So it looks at, for example, all issues related to environmental activities and expenditures, the pressures of the economy on the environment in terms, for example, of extractions as well as emissions, and individual environmental assets such as fish stocks. And I think that this is, I mentioned this because this is also relevant in the case of ocean. So the idea is to develop the ocean economy within and identify expenditures and taxes and instruments related to the ocean. And then the SEA ecosystem accounts was recently adopted, actually just a month ago, and it was, I have to say, an important process that was followed in the development of the ecosystem accounts. And I think it was kind of the first one of this kind. It was quite open, and it included over 600 experts from different communities that were engaged in this process. And now we are shifting gears towards implementation. And I think that we have learned quite a bit from this process, that basically we need to engage with the different communities in the early process of the development of the accounts, and leverage the expertise that exists in these different communities to basically integrate it into the accounting framework. So the one important thing that happened last month at the Statistical Commission is that the program of work to develop the SEA Ocean was adopted, and I think we have put the link to the document in the chat. And the idea is basically to develop, to bring together existing accounts that are part of the SCA Central Framework and the ecosystem accounts, and further develop and tailor it for the ocean. And this requires, as was mentioned before, a common language, agreed classifications, agreed definitions, and most importantly, it requires to bring together expertise from different communities. The statisticians alone or the accountants alone cannot do it. So we need to really build on the work that is already being done and is being developed in the different ocean communities. And I put here in plural because we are looking at different aspects of the oceans. So we need economics expertise and scientific expertise and geospatial expertise. It really counts to have a geospatial perspective in this space. Rocky presented the research agenda, which is very rich. And at the moment, we are actually looking for volunteers and initiatives that we can leverage expertise on. And of course, we are also looking for funding to be able to advance the research agenda. And I was glad to mention that there is quite a bit of interest in moving the agenda forward. So the agenda is quite ambitious. We are trying now to start from a very pragmatic point of view with the research agenda and to bring together and leverage on the expertise that it's already in place. So please contact us to become part of this process. Thank you, Gemma.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Alessandra. And this is a really nice entree, I think, into our next speaker, Jake Rice. Alessandra's just shared with you what the statistical community is doing to advance the development of global statistical standards. And we're now going to move to Jake Rice, who is a really extremely well distinguished representative from the science community. I think I would spend probably the whole dialogue if I had to read out your bio here, Jake. But let me just say that Jake's Chief Scientist Emeritus with Fisheries and Oceans Canada, and has been Chief Scientist, has been on advisory committees, has contributed into intergovernmental platform for biodiversity ecosystems. And Jake, please share with us how you think these statistical standards and ocean accounting can contribute to scientific understanding of our oceans. Jake, over to you. And we'll move to the next slide. Thanks, Paul. Thank you. Jake, just turn off your mute, Jake. Do we have you, Jake, online?
It looks like he's not close to his computer.
It's close to his computer. Okay. Well, look, in the interest of time, while we wait for Jake to come back, maybe if I could turn over to Claire. Hopefully Claire's with us here. Paul, can you just move to the next slide? Claire Jolly works for the Ocean Economy Unit at the Science, Technology and Innovation Directory Group at OECD. And Claire, I think that it's well established the importance of statistical standards and accounting for our oceans, accounting for all of our environmental assets. But could you share with us here the work that's happening there in the OECD? Claire, thank you.
Thanks very much, Gemma. And hello from Paris in France, everyone. So thanks to the organizers for the invitation. At the OECD, we have been working on measuring the ocean economy for the past 6-7 years, building evidence for decision makers. And we published a number of reports, including the influential Ocean Economy to 2030 report, which had a profound impact for many countries in building their ocean strategies. Several of these countries are actually the founders of the high-level panel on the sustainable ocean economy. So the report highlighted the economic opportunities linked to the ocean for developed and developing countries alike. This was a big eye-opener for many governments, I have to say, but also that the growth we were seeing in activities was not sustainable, with the marine environment facing too many pressures. One of the key recommendations was to build up statistical standards and collect data for the two pillars of the ocean economy, for the established and emerging economic sectors. And that's our field of expertise, I'm coming back to that, and the crucial ecosystem services that they depend on. Since then, in just a few years, much progress has been made nationally and internationally. And here I have to salute our colleagues from GOAP in particular. At the OECD, we are working particularly on measuring ocean economic activities with our delegates as a step to improve environmental economic linkages. And we are very, very, very pleased, I have to say, to see the progress on SEA Ocean. And we really look forward to cooperate pragmatically on this. Without better ocean economic data, decision makers will not have access to the information required to design and pursue policies and regulations that drive a more sustainable ocean economy. So one very interesting way forward is the satellite accounting frameworks to collect and compile comparable data on ocean economic activities in a supply and use framework. There was a few examples during the discussions today. And this is using the system of national accounts. So you can really compare the different sectors and their linkages, for instance, ports, fishing, or ocean energy, how they relate to each other. Portugal was the first one to develop an ocean economy satellite account. A few countries have followed. The US has now an experimental ocean economy account, and Norway, and we heard this earlier too, is building right now its first satellite account this year. This offers an opportunity for improved understanding of the size of economic sectors in terms of value added, jobs, industrial linkages, but also to measure their actual impacts on the environment. Because again, this goes really in parallel to progress on environmental accounting. Now, we just have produced a new OECD working paper with a blueprint on measuring the ocean economy with satellite accounting. It is available online. We will put the link in the chat too. My colleague James Jolliffe is also in this meeting and is really the lead author for this work. So it builds on a large consultation and it provides some useful definitions and statistical codes to measure ocean economic activities. We will start building also this year the first OECD experimental ocean economy account in close cooperation and inputs from a number of pilot countries, including, of course, Portugal, I have to say, but also Norway, Korea, the US, Italy, Ireland, Belgium, Canada, and more to come, and building on official OECD and national data. This is again one more step towards more complete ocean accounts that will include eventually marine environmental economic linkages, like the SEA Ocean account aims to do. So I see very interesting progress here, really on these two elements here. So the good news is that the community is getting bigger and bringing together different expertise. And here, maybe just as a final point, I have to mention a vibrant part of the community that Charles Colgan from the Center for the Blue Economy in Monterey in the US has assembled for the past few years with the International Symposium on the Oceans in National Income Account. The reason I'm mentioning this is that just a few weeks ago, there was the 5th symposium hosted virtually by Ireland over 3 days with more than 200 participants. It was incredibly full days too. So I do recommend you take a look at the expert papers that will be coming up. There's a lot going on around the world. And I believe all of this is very encouraging as we share expertise and collectively build the evidence. So with this, I will stop here, Gemma. Thanks.
Well, thank you very much, Claire. And yeah, really great reiteration there of important next steps is to share the expertise, share the experiences, and that's what we're doing here, not at today's global dialogue on ocean accounting, but also at these other events and the one that you've shared there, the Symposium on Oceans in National Income Accounts. So thank you so much, Claire, sharing with us what's happening with OECD measuring of economic activities, and then also through UNSD around the measurement of environmental economic activities. And with that, I'm going to hand now back to Jake Rice, Chief Scientist and Professor at Fishery and Ocean Canada. Jake, welcome back, and the floor is yours. 3 minutes. Thank you very much, Jake. We'll just turn yourself off mute. And so we can't quite hear you yet, Jake. Can you turn your microphone on? No, we can't hear you. Oh, your microphone is on, Jake, but we can't see you and we can't hear you. I'm not quite sure. What's going on, Jake? I can see you now, but we can't hear you. Could you just click the 3 dots on the top right-hand side of your screen and just check that you've got your right device on for speaking? You're definitely not on mute, and we can't fix your sound from this end, Jake. Has to be done from your end. Down at the bottom under mute, select a different microphone. So on the bottom left-hand side of your screen, there's a word that says mute. Maybe select a different microphone. Microphone. Now, oh,
you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now, Jake. Yes, over to you. Thank you. Can you hear us, Jake?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, it was something with my headset then. Apologies to everyone for the time that I spent. I can't see my slides now with the changes I've made, but what I can do is speak both to some sources of scientific initiatives that need to be better connected to the global accounts. And these are these global assessments by IPCC, of which I've done a couple, by UNEP, the Global Environmental Outlook Assessments. These are producing big data sets. The World Ocean Assessment, where I was on the panel of experts, had a huge team generating a lot of long time series of data, which I haven't heard referenced or seen taken up after the World Ocean Assessment was completed. WOA2 was just launched this week by Delegates. I haven't heard it referenced in this. We need to connect better to these initiatives. But we also, there are changes in the context in which global accounts are being used. I'll speak to just 2 of the many that are happening. One of the consequences of the IPCC assessments has been that we realize the ocean has changed in ways that we no longer have meaningful benchmarks for scientific considerations. If you're trying to manage biodiversity to a healthy state, you can't necessarily return it to some state identified by historical data. How we meaningfully accommodate climate change in setting benchmarks, either historic reference points or targets to manage to, is a significant scientific challenge of huge interest. The other big change, and it's been transformational for me in my 4th decade as a scientist, is the Intergovernmental Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services. And I can almost present as a catechism the conceptual framework they apply. We've known as a collective society for a decade or 2 that the future of the planet requires maintaining and enhancing the biological diversity of nature. It best brings along with it the other component. To have a future for humanity, we have to find ways to nurture and enhance the cultural diversity of humanity. Cultures are co-adapted to nature in ways that the cultural diversity necessarily brings with it a diversity of values. Each culture has the right and the history of valuing nature and its components in a way meaningful to that culture. So the challenge we face is no longer coming up with the right set of values for the things we can measure in our accounts. Because to say there's a right set of values is to say there's a right culture for the planet. And we know there is no single right culture for the planet. So we have to come up with ways that we can make sure that the values of each culture are fully respected in the accounts we keep. So that a trade-off analysis, every culture gets to measure the costs of the trade-off by the values they perceive themselves as paying, the benefits of the trade-offs in the values they perceive themselves as receiving. And those two changes will be transformational to all the things that we do. Thank you. And apologies again for whatever problems we had.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jake. And thank you very much to all of our speakers. So this next steps session, we've had quite a few chat box questions as well around what's the next steps for ocean accounts, what's the next step for ocean accounting. And we've just had three very good perspectives here around the importance of not only measuring and monitoring economic activities, but also environmental economic activities, but also the strong connections to the scientific community. We have a few minutes here for question and answer. Robin, I'm not sure, did you have a poll for this session or would you like me to move to Q&A? Robin.
I do have a poll. I recognize our time is crunching, but it's a quick one and it's a word cloud and I think it'll be really insightful. So gather your thoughts. I'm sure you're already organized. I won't take long.
Okay. No, you go.
All right. Hold on a second. Let me pull this up. And there we go. Share. All right. So we are now going to build a word cloud together. This is a collaborative work. So I just need you to use one word. How can the GOAP best advance the ocean accounts? And if you see one word on there that one of your colleagues puts, write it again, because that's how the word gets bigger. So the bigger word, it's one, there you go. You guys are getting it. So the more that we replicate the same word you see there, the more important it becomes in the word cloud that we're creating. Well, there's a couple of really good front runners there. Okay, we'll keep it up for another 10 seconds. And while I'm saying that, if I can ask if you're not speaking or if you're not, if you could just mute your computer again, that will really help the rest of us listening into. We're just picking up some background noise as well. Fantastic. Wow, the big C word is coming up. All right, 10 more seconds. This is very, very, very helpful. Fantastic. Thank you everyone for your input. And I will now flip it back to you, Gemma. We have, just a few minutes for questions and then some final words from everybody.
Yeah, thank you very much, Robin. And look, I've just been looking at the chat, and then the chat here are mainly comments or appreciation for what the speakers have contributed to. So I'm just wondering if, in the interest of time, given there was no questions to any of our three speakers, I'm wondering if we just, if any of our three speakers would like to make any final comment or any observation on the comments, or whether we just move to the closing remarks. Alessandra, do you have anything you'd just like to briefly add?
Just maybe to react on what Jake was saying, and I mean, and acknowledging what the work that OECD has been doing, and very much is well taken that the ocean economy, that there is a kind of a custodian on the developing this methodology on the ocean economy, and on the issue of linking broadly with these different initiatives such as IPBES and IPCC. We have been doing this in the context of the ecosystem accounts, but more on the terrestrial. I have to say that the ocean world is kind of a different world. And we have been facing this issue in particular on valuation, and there is a value assessment from IPBES that is coming up. and this broad approach to valuation that the IPBES is taken, and it's fully understood. But I also wanted to kind of highlight that the objective here in developing statistical standard is to kind of trying to link the values of the ecosystems with the national accounts. So it takes very much an exchange value perspective. And we are trying to build bridges also on the welfare approach. But I mean, there are broader measures of broader values that may not really fit into the accounting framework per se. But I think it is really nice that we try to organize and to continue this discussion of this different value approach and how they relate to the accounting framework, noting that not everything fits within the accounting framework.
Yeah, thank you very much, Alessandra. I think this word value and valuation is one of the most loaded words in this whole environment of accounting, not just ocean accounting. But Claire, do you want to make any last comment there before we move to the closing?
Just maybe one final sentence. I do believe indeed that there's a very hopeful way forward where we see different types of statisticians working together. All the advances on environmental accounting, I have to say, are really exciting. And we really look forward to have this closer cooperation with many of you that are doing specifically these accounts so that we can bring together all this information in broader ocean accounts. So thanks again very much for that.
Yeah, thank you very much, Claire. And Jake, any perspective from your point of view, from the scientific point of view?
Only how big the challenges ahead of us are going to be, and how much we have to broaden our partnerships to non-traditional people in our own backgrounds.
Yeah,
I've had several comments about IPBES. The marine community has been much slower than the terrestrial to take it on. For people who need to find more about it, Sandra Diaz's paper in Science presenting the conceptual framework is a very good place to start.
That's great. Thank you so much, Jake. And I really appreciate that. So another C word, the challenges, but let's broaden our horizons to all the different partnerships. So Robin, I'm going to now hand back to you. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much, Gemma, and speakers. That was wonderful. All right. So last word goes to those who put the energy and the effort and the thought into pulling this all together for all of you. So literally, folks, we have maybe like 3 minutes left. And maybe we'll just go in order. So it'd be Ben, Gemma, Michael, and Zeba. If you have any final words to say, let's go in that order. Ben, you first, if there's anything. Oh, you're muted, Ben.
Is that better? Can you hear me now? Sorry, microphone was slow to wake up at this time in the evening. Just that the diversity of interest and progress and work everyone's doing is really inspiring and motivating. And I really endorse Jake's comments about the need to broaden and deepen collaboration. And in looking forward to discussions in the happy hour focusing on policy use cases shortly.
Let me jump in here, Robin, as co-host for this evening. I really like to take the opportunity to thank the really strong collaboration we've had here with the hosts of Government of Canada, also the Secretariat, Ben, the UN University of New South Wales, our colleagues there in Australia, yourself, Robin, all of the speakers. I really think we've brought together quite a nice dynamic dialogue here tonight. Very compressed, only 3 hours plus the happy hour that follows. And I really just like to thank everybody for their preparations, their contribution, the collaboration that's been shown tonight. for putting on the table what are the many challenges here, but the fact that we're also willing to engage in this. And as the tagline we're all using, make ocean count, make nature count. Thank you very much to all of our co-hosts and speakers. Thank you, Robin.
Thank you. Michael.
Yeah, well, thanks everybody as well. But in the interest of knowledge transfer, that we've been hoping to have some regular follow-on events as GOAP webinars. So keep an eye out for that, and certainly join us for the upcoming happy hour. Thank you.
All right, and Zeba.
Yeah, hi, I'll just voice the same level of appreciation for all the organizers, the speakers, the participants, for making this a very interesting virtual conference, tough task to pull off. And I would also like to thank you, Robin, and all the other people who were supporting in the background, making this whole conference possible. So thank you, and I hope that we can continue this conversation in the years to come. Thanks.
Exactly. Thank you very much. And I actually have names of these behind the scenes. I'm going to tell you this because this is the first time we've done this all virtually, and frankly, it's been very impressive. I've done a few of these, but I know this is the first for a lot of you guys. So Colson, Jordan, Goy, and Poor, and the ESCAP IT team, you made it rock. So thank you so much. So I have a little bit of how to get into the next, the breakout sessions, the happy hour. But before you go, I have one more poll for you guys. And I really, frankly, I'm going to tell you, people are going to love what you're saying on this stuff. So I'm just going to share my screen because this is the opportunity to see how it went for you. And it's basically any final thoughts. And what I'm going to ask you to do, I ask folks often to do this, on a scale of 1 to 10, where 10 was, oh my goodness, this was the best virtual conference I've ever had. I got everything I needed, versus, I could have been sleeping or something else, being number 1. If you could just rate this for the team who put this together, it would be most helpful. And it's all about continuous improvement, right? So if you give us anything under 8, just please indicate why, so that we can literally improve this for next time. And you were the recipients of it. Much thought and planning went into it. I think it's just a gift back. Feedback is a gift back to those who actually put the effort into it. So feel free to just jot down some thoughts, even just a number. That will be awesome. Or did we lose everybody?
The poll is locked up, Robin.
It's locked. So, okay, I don't want it locked. There we go. Okay, unlocked. Let's try that again. That was a little bit scary. Let's try, see if we've got anything coming in. You could even just type a number, 1 to 10 would be great. So load. So isn't that interesting now? This one doesn't want to play. Huh, great way to end, eh? All right, so we're going to switch back. If you just drop it into the chat box that we know is working. This is really quite interesting that it's not coming up. But let's switch back into the chat box, and I'm going to stop sharing this. Super way to end. But let me tell you how to actually now move into the happy hour, which really is where you're going to get those. If you want to go a little bit deeper dive, there's basically 3 rooms that are going to be open. And if you look, in my screen, it's really at the bottom. It's called the breakout room. So if you click that button at the bottom, there, your name should be on there. So all you need to do is click on your name. So if you can find it down there. I'm just seeing if mine is on there so that I can go through this. And it will allow you to choose a room that you want to go in. Okay, and here's the beauty. So you find your name, click on it, and you should be able to go into the room, and your colleagues will be there. These are smaller rooms. You can turn your videos on, and they're also dedicated towards science, policy, and research, I believe. So go into those rooms, and you can also bounce back around if you want to. So this next hour is a free-for-all, it's optional, but it's really where you can do that hallway networking that we are missing in a real-world conference. Thank you everyone for your time. It's been a delight to spend the last 3 hours with you. All the best. Enjoy your happy hour.
Thank you. It's really great.
Have a nice informal chat about the science related to ocean accounts. You know, what directions you think we need to go, what things like Jake was talking about before, are we not diving into that might be out there that could be, you know, relevant sources. What level of detail do people think we need to get to for a ocean accounting system, and how do we deal with different countries having possibly different demands about level of detail? So and then any questions people might have for those others in the room. So really, I think we can just kind of have a nice open discussion, starting with some of those points, if anyone has questions or points they want to raise. The floor is open.
So, hi, Anthony. I'm desperately trying to find the raised hand here in this breakout room, but I'm struggling to find it. My apologies for not going through the chair in that. Can I kick off with a question or a comment?
Yeah, sure. And I think we could probably, I think we're few enough that, yeah, I don't know, actually, I can't see the raise hand thing here. I don't know if it's functionality in the breakout room maybe or something. But yeah, I think we should feel free to chime in, because I think there's few of us that it won't get too confusing. We'll see if that works. So go ahead. Oh, I see a raised hand that Jake found. So, but go ahead, Ken.
I was just testing if it worked or not.
Jake, where did you find it?
Under reactions.
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I usually find it under participants, but and so Jake, that was an incredibly, I think, interesting. I'm going to say astute comment you made about ocean change, and I look at this very exciting oceans accounting discipline framework that we're looking at here, in terms of ocean change. I'm just trying to get rid of a. Ocean change, ocean resource use change, and the way ocean resource uses are changing, sometimes in response to ocean change and sometimes in response to increased accessibility through 4IR innovations, etc. But one of the things that really interests me is the way that we monitor, measure, and do ocean sciences has changed considerably in terms of the volumes of data that are now available for analysis, for processing. And so one of the really exciting areas I feel that we haven't really touched on this afternoon is the role of big data, the role of how do we incorporate these very sorry, Anthony, I got thrown out and I've been thrown back in again.
Yeah, this sometimes happens.
That's fine. I don't know if it happened to. I don't know if it happened to everybody, but
it did. Yes. So.
And so ocean change, ocean resource use change, as many countries are advancing ocean economies, blue growth, ocean or blue economy programs, as well as the way that ocean sciences are changing in the way we collect data. And I think it's a really important aspect of this in terms of how we integrate data from across biophysical, through economic sciences, through social sciences, resource use sciences in this framework. But what it appeals to me is the way that the framework, I think, can integrate large data sets and gives us a platform for doing so. So it's just really a comment in that regard that I think hasn't really been touched on this afternoon.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, Ken. And in fact, I mean, that's where the real power of the framework and the accounts down the line comes from, is being able to integrate those, for the ones that are existing already, like energy accounts and land accounts, is being able to tie those then into the existing system of national accounts that countries have been collecting for some time, and being able to develop indicators that tell you something about the relationship between the economy and the environment. And I think hopefully it helps keep things moving forward toward thinking in an integrated way rather than economy versus other things kind of way. Yeah.
Right. Thanks, Anthony. So just to take a little bit further, one of the aspects that I deal with in advancing a fairly novel oceans accounting framework in a place like South Africa is people's belief, or people's kind of understanding, that it's going to give us an absolute value of the ocean space, which to me, as outlined really nicely by Eli and colleagues within the blue paper for the high-level panel, is really an exercise in trying to estimate infinity. But it's the relative values and the relative trends, and consequently the indicators, the integrated indicators against particular benchmarks or against past trends, that I think are exceptionally valuable within the use of oceans accounts in informed policy development and moving into that science to policy interface. And I think Jake mentioned those integrated indicators in his presentation this afternoon, and I think they're absolutely critical component of the research aspect of this. Thank you.
Jake, it looks like you have a thought on this or a follow-on, possibly.
So, Jake, I think you're muted.
Something faulty about this damned headset, which is quite new. And we're in a closed down economy right now because of COVID, so I can't get another one from anyway. Following from that, I've been involved a lot in the BBNJ initiatives, Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction. And I'm beginning to think about how the governance changes that's going to implement on a global scale. What's going to be asked of science to provide the necessary information in what will be the governance model after the BBNJ changes are made. And that immediately makes me think back the next step down. What's being done in the statistics and accounts community to prepare for this really huge change in ocean governance? How well connected is the statistics initiatives to the BBNJ policy dialogue? And this is an honest question. It's not an opportunity for me to then pontificate on things I've been doing about it.
So Anthony, I don't want to commandeer the floor, but I think that's something that, Jake, is really exciting, because I think one's dealing with an entirely different set of governance, of norms, of processes, of regulatory instruments, of international treaties, etc. And not only are there those commissions and treaties and aspects and norms in place, but I feel that government national commitments to those particular requirements of those very often require some measure, and it's an area which I think Oceans Accounts also allows us to do, to look at where are countries in relation to national commitments in some of these, not only, Jake, within the BBNJ arena, but even within their own exclusive economic zones. And as I say, I think it's the integrated, the indicator approach, such the relative benchmarking, that is absolutely critical here, and what I find so exciting about this arena.
Yeah, definitely. And I think this is a work in progress, right? This communication you're talking about, Jake, between the the governance communities and the related to ocean governance issues, and the statistical community. What do other folks think about either this topic or other questions that came up as you were participating in the dialogue that we just had? What are the concerns you have or interests you have in related to science and applications of science to data collection in the ocean space? I mean, there's vast amounts of things we could talk about, and I think the big data issue, geospatial data issue, how you use those data, the right set of indicators, if there is a global set of ocean indicators that all countries should be collecting as a baseline, these kinds of things. So I'd be interested in hearing from folks on some of those things, or where you're at with science working on these issues.
Well, I'll give one right away, and it's a class of issues. And I find a lot of my career has been sucked up when policymakers negotiate a new term, often in a compromise setting, and there isn't any existing definition of it. And then it falls to the expert community to figure out an interpretation that actually works, as opposed to when there is a very soundly established concept among the statistical, the quantitative, and other kinds of experts that the policy community takes up and embeds in things they negotiate, when the unfolding goes really much more quickly and smoothly. What does the ocean accounts, the statistics community have to bring forward right now as well established, whether they're benchmarks or ways to take into account the impacts of, the consequences of climate change that are irreversible and have to be accommodated in the future? Do we have things we can take to the policy world and say, put this language in your document and we'll know what to do? And that'll save a decade over allowing them to negotiate a term that we have to then go figure out how to measure. What do we have on the table right now that we can take to the buffet?
This is Giselle. I think I would turn on my camera here. I do think, actually I'm going to shut that off, that's a really good point, Jake, because one of the things we're struggling with in Canada around the ocean accounts is coming up with that suite of condition indicators. And we have a very small set right now, and it's not, we don't really have much in the way of alternatives. So how do we negotiate? I mean, I'm coming at it from, it is from the economics perspective, but as we engage with other parts of the community, what can science put forth as those indicators? Because we're pretty open right now, at least in the Canadian perspective, but there doesn't seem to be a lot of consistent data over time that would even allow us to create a benchmark. And we're really struggling on that front. And so what could be brought forward would be really, anything that could be brought forward would be really helpful.
Yeah, Ken, maybe you have some thoughts on that, it looks like.
It's really a question for Giselle, because I just noticed that there was a comment to Pradil's comment on pressures and pressures being used as proxy for condition. Do you have within Canada condition accounts that, and I'd be very interested in finding out what particular countries are utilizing in terms of those condition indicators for particular systems when looking at marine ecosystem accounts. I ask this because I think it's important that ecosystem condition is largely impacted both through natural and anthropogenic forces or drivers. And if we want to manage those anthropogenic drivers, then I'd be really interested in getting an understanding of how we are measuring condition. Sorry, Anthony, did that make sense? And maybe I just stumbled over
no, that made sense. I think, Giselle, did you have a?
Well, so far, the only two condition indicators in our current, the current work that is being done at Statistics Canada is around changes in salinity and temperature. And that was largely a data concern because we are trying to do them at the national level. And this kind of gets back to the big data versus small data. A lot of our data is collected fairly localized, or it may exist on one coast, but not the other two. And so those are the ones that we're using at the moment. And we're looking to expand that, but we don't have consensus on what that would include.
And quickly, if I can just take that further, please, Anthony. Giselle, are those salinity temperature metrics, they're modeled metrics, or are they empirical measurements? Because one of the issues that we deal with here in South Africa is we don't have the coverage of the empirical actual measurements, and so that we're looking towards driving some of the essential ocean variables that I talked about as modeled inputs that are driven, models that are driven by those real measurements. But we certainly wouldn't have the data to, on a spatial scale, to cover the sort of extent that we would need. So it's the input of model data or the input of actual measurements?
My understanding is it's a combination at this point. There is a bunch of data, but I can't speak to the actual details on that. But I could definitely get Jessica to get back to you on that one. But it is one of the ones I'm struggling with, yeah.
Yeah, I can contribute from Fisheries and Oceans that there is a quite extensive network of monitoring instruments deployed that do capture temperature and salinity and by depth profiles. But they're pretty, we've got big oceans to cover, so there's a lot of extrapolation between the sites. But there is a good checkerboard of monitoring stations over the Atlantic, Pacific, and at least parts of the Arctic. So it's based on data and then integrating between data points, not just a model of the whole thing.
Yeah, I think this is a really interesting. I mean, there's a lot of different reasons this is interesting, but I think just from the the U.S. speaking from when I was in New York we were working to try and develop an ocean indicator system to inform an ocean action plan for New York State in terms of a policy plan. And what I find interesting in New York, in the US, which I think is similar in a lot of places and gets at what Giselle, you were talking about, which is you have a lot of these localized data sets that are collected to inform these indicator systems that are based on bodies of water, at least in the US, right? Like you have an indicator system for the Gulf of Mexico where there's been a oftentimes long process in determining what are the indicators that meet the criteria for measuring the environment and also the connection to a human dimension. But they're often a different set of indicators. I mean, there's commonalities across them, but they're different for the different regions, which means you might be tracking different things consistently over time for different parts of the country. So it is an interesting question, as if there's a way of mining those kind of systems that exist already to figure out what the commonalities are in terms of figuring out a base set of indicators that might be relevant for an ocean, for an ocean system in some ways. Of course, then there's the ability to actually collect those data, which is different. I don't know, we have some other folks on and again, you don't have to speak up, but I don't know if others who are on the call here have any experience or thoughts on the collection of indicators related to oceans generally, right? Or specifically for informing something like an ocean account.
Yeah, I'd like to speak up. I do. My name is Colson. I do the co-moderating here. I'm a postdoc. I do work on coral reefs and do a lot of indicator work on coral reefs. And I think a lot of the questions here just surround exactly the issue of you have this crux of spatial coverage and actual information about the system. And that's our problem, is that the larger we zoom out to actually cover large areas of coral reef, like the Great Barrier Reef or Pacific nations that have a lot of area to cover, you're just looking at mostly temperature and then interpolated temperature and using those as proxies, and anything closer to actually look at reef production is really hard to replicate at large scale. And that's just the problem we run into time and again.
Very quickly, I have to leave for another call. Thanks everybody for just a great 3 hours.
Yeah, thank you, Jake, very much.
And I hope people contact me again. This was a great use of time.
Jake, thank you. And certainly I will be in touch. There are some
Excellent.
interesting discussions I'd like to pick up on. Thank you.
Yeah, so I think following up on Cole's point, I think it is interesting how these different systems, right, are going to require different indicators, which then begs the question of how uniform indicator sets can be, particularly if there might be priority areas that end up driving the development of these accounts in certain countries, right, which will not necessarily all be aligned. So it's an interesting area for exploration, which is why the more piloting of these kinds of accounts and approaches we can do, the better we can understand what all the moving parts might be. Marcus, did you have a thought related to this or on a different topic, perhaps?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, yep.
Okay, perfect. So just within Canada, something I've been interested in looking into more recently, we're talking about kind of indicators in the water like salinity and temperature. Something that's come up in the St. Lawrence estuary, we have a beluga population here. And within the last several decades, I've noticed that the population has decreased. So now they are considered belugas in a whole, because there's quite a large population and migratory population within the Arctic are not considered endangered. But the St. Lawrence estuary population, which is a population that remains within the St. Lawrence throughout the year, has been classified as endangered, and I believe has gone to critically endangered now. But one of the things that they noticed a lot was with dead whales that had come up, there'd been a lot of toxic accumulation within their bodies. So probably from a bioaccumulation point, but something I was interested in seeing is if there's any kind of background in looking into, testing the water in those areas, seeing is there runoff from somewhere, what kinds of heavy metals or, Are they pesticides, agricultural runoff, any of that kind of stuff that could be affecting this population? Because we are seeing that a lot of these whales are dying, and they're very important to that ecosystem. As one of the only cetacean species that stays within that part of the country year round, throughout the year, we see about 12 to 13 different species that go in there. It's a very important ecosystem. And I'm kind of curious to see if there's more that I guess the Canadian government would do towards protecting it. There is a protected marine park area there, but it's not entirely big enough, and I don't think it's really looking at the key issues there.
Giselle, looks like you have a response to that.
Oh, I don't know if I have a response.
Or a thought.
I don't know, Marcus. I just, like one of the things that your comment brings up, Marcus, is, like that is a very localized area, and some of these inflows of pollutants, which was part of my question, part of what I was interested in from the South African experience around these cumulative pressures, is how do you bring together information from a number of different sources to represent that? And because often, from what I understand, again, as an economist, some of these impacts are relatively localized, but once it's in the ocean, well, things move. But how do we identify the indicators in advance that would allow us to do some of this tracking? And then in hindsight, how do we move forward? That would be my question to the science community. But anyway, I can't speak for the Canadian government, just a member.
Thanks, Giselle. Maybe Tirapong, I think you had your hand up, and then Ken, if you want to, if it's related to this, maybe. Hopefully.
Yeah, can I give the floor to Ken first? I think I'm going to change the topic. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Yes, that would make sense then. Yep. Go ahead, Ken.
Thank you. Marcus, just an anecdotal thing. So my background's in marine mammals. I moved into oceans accounts for exactly this reason, that just like your belugas in the St. Lawrence and large populations elsewhere, one of my study animals in Mozambique region were dugongs, and an isolated pocket of dugongs within a particular archipelago that is the last remaining viable population in the Western Indian Ocean. And we became increasingly aware that we could throw all of our resources into the biological aspects of the conservation, but until such time as we had some pretty good ideas of what the sectoral drivers of the declines in populations were, be they oil and gas or fisheries or communities or tourism or transport, etc., it became very difficult to manage the system as a whole. And consequently, my initial interest in oceans accounts, which has grown to where it has. And so one of the aspects of that is that I think it's very valuable to have the localized account processes that are really fixed on what is the question that you're trying to answer. And we heard this from Crystal Bradley, and we heard this from Rocky as well. And that they're very almost question specific, but unless we have a framework in which to be able to broadly introduce data and comparable data, it becomes very difficult to do so. One of the aspects that's just been mentioned is that data sets are, I think Giselle was mentioning them, is that data sets are often available, but they're available from a really diverse set of authorities, of departments, of particular, I would say, governance authorities that seldom talk to each other. And it's one of the, I see, the huge problems that we're facing here in South Africa with our pilot is, and certainly Pradil talked about it, is how do we manage to bring people to the table, particularly to take it slightly further, is that we bringing people to the table that have very diverse backgrounds, from economists to oceanographers to biologists to social scientists. And one of the aspects that I've really struggled with within the South African pilot is getting people to talk other people's language. But I think that's part of this. So sorry to comment here there, Anthony, but I thought it was just worth commenting.
Yep, thanks, Ken. Tirapong, do you want to take us in a, Marcus, hopefully that's helpful to you just as you're thinking through this a bit.
Yeah, no, that was.
So Marcus, please, sorry, Anthony. Marcus, please feel free to just approach me offline afterwards, because I'd like to chat to you further about this. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, of course, thank you.
And Tirapong, are you still? Yes, you're still there.
Yes. Yeah, I'm glad that Ken mentioned that first, and I think one. We are working with many frameworks, right? We have the SEA ecosystem accounting, we have the SEA central framework, we have the CSA part of the ocean economy. I think one distinct feature of ocean accounting is precisely what Ken just described, that we take the system views of things, and we take the integrative views of things, that unless you manage things on land very well, definitely effort on saving coral reefs or kelp might in a very localized area might not be worth it. And hopefully this ocean accounting initiative could shed light on that we look at rivers upstream, and as long as you still have pineapple plantations there, and lower down you still have factories there, then announcing marine protected areas or protecting mammals on some of the unique species wouldn't be helpful. Then I think that leads to perhaps my question. I'm sorry if that was asked before, and I think this is the best clue to answer the question. How do you see connections between this ocean accounting initiative and the UN Decade of Ocean Science? As you could imagine that in the next 10 years, we have a lot of data exploration, new data collection in the BBNJ areas. How do you see this connection? I'm sure some of you have been involved in the UN Decade processes as well. I'd be curious to know.
Marcus, is your hand up on this, or is this that's just a residual hand?
I think it's just a residual hand. Let me see if I get it.
Okay,
legacy hand. I think the term is a legacy hand, Anthony.
Legacy hand. Ken, though, yours is an authentically currently raised hand. So
yes, and it's a question directly at Tirapong on this, and it goes to where are we as a community in terms of positioning oceans accounting as an action within the decade. Certainly, it's a question I've posed to Ben before, and I'm still trying to track down on it. Yeah.
Right. I can try to answer that, and not talking on behalf of the Secretariat. But I remember there was a discussion when I was with SCAP, that was like 2 years ago, with the Secretariat of the UN Decade, and the broad agreement was that the ocean accounting framework would be helpful in organizing the influx of data coming out from the decade. So that at least that was I remember. That the next step, you would think that the next step would be continuous discussion on how we will frame projects within the decade in line with the ocean accounting framework. But I think since then, for whatever reasons, I haven't seen, let's say, the high level discussion on that. That's why I'm curious about if you are part of the process in the UN decade, you might already get the projects funding from the decade. Do you see anything coming out that relates to how data will be managed consistently among all the projects that they will be funding?
Well, I have not been involved in the UN Decade of the Ocean Science process, and I don't know if others have been. Ken, maybe you have.
So no, Anthony, I haven't really been involved, but apart from trying to get an idea of why we're not positioning oceans accounting quite markedly, I mean, within the decade action process, because I think that there are huge opportunities for what I'm trying to do within the African community of practice, and that's create firstly an awareness and interest, and then I call it an appetite for use of oceans accounts. And I think the high level panel has been particularly good at this. And I do think that the decade gives us an opportunity for that. Really, it's not even branding, it's the creating of the interest and the awareness. And that's certainly something that I think that we need to take advantage of. And whether it's done on a national basis from national members of the decade, or whether it's done on a institutional basis through groups such as GOAP, needs to still probably be unpacked. But I think there are very good opportunities. I'm not sure, Terapong, that there are huge funding opportunities, though. I did hear you mention funding there.
I said that because I participated in one of the very last meeting of the decade in Asia Pacific, and they said what they would do is they would have a big pool of funds that they will ask scientists to apply for. So set in project proposals, they will select and allocate funding accordingly. That's what I heard. Then, but yeah, on your comment, Ken, there was an attempt, and I think that is something the GOAP need to follow through on. Because the decade has just basically begun last year, right? So we use the opportunities in bringing back this discussion either at the national level or at the institutional levels.
Thank you. Yeah.
Any other thoughts on the Decade of Ocean Science connection here from others? Giselle? Yep.
Well, it's not strictly related, but one of the things that we're doing, at least nationally now, through we have a national data strategy with at least within fisheries and oceans, and one of the components is encouraging data creators or data collectors to fully integrate and make open their data from the very beginning. And you know, it kind of relates back to the Decade of Ocean Science, in that when you have these huge volumes of data, I mean, somebody has to manage them. So, I mean, that's part of the system, but they also need to create those linkages and those opportunities for linkages. And it's hard enough at the national level. And I'm just wondering, does anybody have experience with that at the international level? And this kind of gets back to a little bit of Jake's stuff around these you know, the information from beyond national EEZs, and how that actually has a fairly large influence on some of our ocean ecosystems. So, you know, are there systems in place out there on how to make data more publicly available, or is it all very one-off? This is an area I have no experience in. So.
Yeah, Ken and then Tirapong. Looks like you might have some ideas.
Thank you, Giselle. I think it's a very interesting question. Can you hear me? I've just had a thing that says the host has muted me. Can you hear me?
You should not be muted. We can hear you. Yeah.
Okay. So Giselle, I think this is a really interesting question, and it goes to firstly what I'm going to call public funded data collection, be they by government institutions, be they by academic institutions that are publicly funded. And making data availability available. Very often I find that there's a hesitancy to make data available until that particular, let's say academic in this case, has really utilized that data to its maximum, that they've got all of their particular publications, their student throughput, etc., in terms of those data sets. But what I do find is once that has happened, is that there seems to still be a hesitancy of making such data available. Now, very often within authority data, particularly, let's say, an oil and gas authority or a particular fishery authority, the available data quite often have some level of proprietorship, that they have a commercial value, and therefore it becomes quite difficult to leverage that data because of its commercial value, because there are shareholders or whatever who have a vested interest in such data. But certainly data availability and the leverage of data, I think, is absolutely a critical component of this. Yeah. I see. I think another group must have finished up because we're suddenly being inundated.
Yes, indeed. We've doubled or something. No, not doubled. But Tirapong, did you still have a comment on related to this, or?
Yeah. Yes. I don't have it. Yeah. To Giselle, I don't have internal experience on that. But at the national levels, what I've seen is that when we try to compile data for specific purposes, and we are talking about ocean, and a lot of scientific data are vital, then what I found was that the different projects would have their own purpose of their research questions, and they collect data in the way that trying to serve their research questions, and that's valid, right, in the project itself. And now the issue that I faced at national level was when we try to combine different sources of the data, including scientific data, for overall bigger picture policy purposes, then would be so. Then everyone almost said the same, that it would be nice if we talk with these people before, and they can slightly changing their definition before their data collection started. Then we can make use of their research work, research paper, and that would be much better effect for the government policy. So in that sense, the ocean account frameworks could be very helpful for scientists in let's say have a look at the framework and see if that data coming out from their projects can fit into part of the accounts and make use of the existing definitions for data collection.
Thanks, Tirapong. Actually, you raised kind of an interesting point. Several interesting points have been raised here generally. And I think what's interesting about the question of academics making their data available is if that's this is a question, is it if it's a sustainable way to collect these kind of data sets over the long term, right? Relying on an academic interest and research in investigating these areas, or is it a kind of a spur that then gets it integrated into a normal statistical collection process? Ken, you have your hand up, I think, but you're muted.
Yes, Anthony, I did have my hand up, and basically your recent comment intervention has made me completely lose track of what I was going to ask Tirapong before that.
Oh, sorry.
No, not at all. And I just think that there are fairly vast data sources that are often not adequately mined, particularly if we need to go back historically in terms of working almost back in time. But one of the aspects of this, I think, Anthony, is consistency, because it means that we'll be looking back at data sets that were not collected in a fit for oceans accounting purpose. And then I have concern then in terms of the consistency and the standardization of data sets if data were, or if there's a change in the manner in which data are collected. And it's what I was saying earlier to Jake in regards to the marked change in which we do ocean sciences, which we do ocean monitoring, whether it has moved now to remote sensing, to robotics, etc. So there have been major fourth industrial revolution advances in the way we collect data and the volumes of data, and whether such data, changes in such data bias our interpretation, which is just an important aspect to kind of keep track of. What I was going to say in relation to Cherapong's comment, it's come back to me now, is I think one of the great advantages of oceans accounts is the identification of data paucity and data gaps. It allows you to immediately identify where you need data, which particular areas you're lacking data sets for integrated, informed decision making going forward. And I think that's one of the real values of the process, is the identification of data gaps, data paucity. Yeah.
Thanks, Ken. Any other thoughts on this data availability, data consistency kind of question? One of the other things I think that's, oh, someone else raised their hand here. I see co-moderator GOAP. I'm not sure who that.
That's me, Colson. So I just
Oh, hey,
wanted
Colson.
to
Go
address
ahead.
Ken's comment there. I thought that was a really good one, just about the data paucity, that back to the indicators, that a lot of times we can never really settle on the right indicator because it doesn't have the adequate coverage or is not informative enough. But for breaking them down ecosystem type, if we're talking about a mangrove forest or an estuary or any of these marine ecosystems we're building an account for, it's really hard to come up with the perfect indicator. And I think that's what Ken was talking about there. What's great about the ocean accounts is it advocates for just feeding in the indicators we do have, and it'll show us the gaps where they're not informative, or maybe we need to look back on things. And so that's what's really good about it now for me, working with scientists, convincing them to hand over whatever indicator data they have, to not really worry about exactly where it's at, and we'll feed it in and see where the gaps are at.
Michael, you have some thoughts related to this?
Yeah, well, maybe Liu Tong can tell us a little bit about the ocean data inventory. At a global level, there are a lot of data available, and Liu Tong has organized those according to the ocean accounts framework. At least it's a very good starting point. Liu Tong.
Hi everyone. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Actually, in last year's GOAP workshop, I did present the global ocean data inventory. Because it has been like more than 1 year, I'm not sure I still clearly remember how many data sets I collect, but I think it's about like 138 data sets I collected in the global ocean data inventory. And for those data sets, I do classify them in different terms, such as like extent, condition, and assets. Anyway, I remember I have 7 classifications for that. But when I collect this data, I do find that you know, from the global level, we for most of the science put their main efforts on the condition data related to the ocean conditions, such as salinity, temperature, like such kind of physical data, and about those data like the ecosystem type and the extent of different kinds of ecosystems. Such kind of data sets are not easy to find. And most of the such kind of type of data sets are, you know, are focused on the I mean the resolution is pretty high. The resolution is kind of low. So when it's usually easy to be used in the global level instead of in the local level. If you guys want to know more details about this inventory, I think I can share the link. But I do have something else to add about the data, especially about the indicators we want. I think before we want to set different kinds of indicators for the ecosystems, what we need to do first is to identify the marine ecosystems, because by now we haven't got a like global recognized ecosystem type, and different ecosystem should be measured in different kind of indicators. So I think now from the scientific angle, what we need to do is to identify the marine, identify a global standard for the marine ecosystem classification. So that's some of my point of view.
Thanks, Zitong. That's very informative. Ken, did that spur a thought?
Yes, thank you. Sorry to commandeer the floor. Thanks, Lichang. That was really informative. And so one of the interesting initiatives that has come out relatively recently is the global ecosystem typology, which allows at a various digit level to drill down into various ecosystems. But I also just wanted to comment here in terms of, I think it's particularly important in the context of changing oceans that we look at ecosystem typologies in a defined in an empirical basis. Yes, they can be supported by remote sensing or by visual observation, but it concerns me that we need to capture ocean change and the way ocean change, ocean temperature change, salinity, biophysical change, etc., changes ecosystems, and changing ecosystems in relation to changing climate. So I just wanted to put that forward in terms of, I think it's important that we utilize empirical data to drive models, which then can be utilized further in defining whether this is a subtropical system or a temperate system, a cold temperate or a polar. I think there are ocean changes that, if we don't have a system in place to look at that empirically, we're not going to capture the nuances of change going forward. Yeah. Sorry. Thank you.
Thanks, Ken. Any other thoughts from everyone? I think we're about to hit the 10 o'clock or oh dear, my time scales are off, but 10 o'clock or 9 o'clock, is that right? Hour, sorry, 11 o'clock hour, or other hours, depending where everyone is. So any last thoughts from people before we wrap up our happy hour? Ken.
If I can quickly, Anthony, are there recommendations going forward from this group to GOAP? I mean, is the process to actually take something out of this going forward? Do we need to, as a research group, kind of identify, I mean, even if it's offline or remotely subsequently, what we really would like to prioritize in terms of GOAP research, and then from there going into the SEA Oceans research scape?
Yeah, Michael, what do you, I think, well, first off, all this is being recorded and I've taken some notes here and I think others do. And so we'll have the information.
Yeah.
Michael, what about
Yeah,
process-wise?
we'll have meeting notes, and anything you'd like to contribute to those meeting notes are certainly important. So we've been keeping track of the chats and recordings and any of the priority issues that will both flow into further development of GOAP and SEA Ocean. So yeah, thanks a lot.
And also, Ken, on your second question about the research agenda part of things for the SEA, the SEA part of things, I think there's going to be work as we move forward to make progress on the statistical commission recommendation to develop the SEA Ocean to have working groups that will investigate these very issues. So I think there's going to be space for sure to to have that feedback integrated. Yeah, Ken. Oh, it's a thumbs up. Sorry. Great. Anything else before we wrap up?
I just want to say this was great. I don't know who worked on this. Actually, I know, but the lineup was terrific. The way that the information was shared, I think it was, I speak for myself, I thought it was very useful and very well organized. So congratulations to the organizers.
Great, thanks.
Well, there are many organizers, and yes, I would like to thank everybody who contributed and everybody who participated as well. Thanks. Right, so have a good evening, good morning.
I just wanted to say to the people in this breakout group, I actually learned a lot, and I think we have some ideas to take forward. So thank you.
Anthony and colleagues, thank you. This has been a very interesting hour. Yeah, it's been, I think it's been very valuable, as Francois said. Michael and colleagues, Terapong, if you're still here, Coulson, and all those who put the afternoon together, thanks very much. It's been a great day. Thank you.
Thanks very much, everyone.
All right,
have a
bye.
good day, night.
Yes, bye.